Good morning, Yate Bene. Yate Bene, good morning also to my colleagues of the 25th Resources and Development Committee. Thank you for traveling here safe for our regularly scheduled, or this is a special Resources and Development Committee meeting. I will call the meeting to order at 10:28 a.m. At this time, Rodney, could we please take roll call?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call Resource and Development Committee, the 25th Nominations Council special meeting for Thursday, September 19, 2024. Roll call, Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Present.
Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson is present.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson is present. Honorable Shauna Anclaw.
Present.
Honorable Shauna Anclaw is present. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Elder Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Ricky Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Otto Sale. Madam Chair, you have 4 members present, which constitutes a quorum for this special meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Rodney. Next, I'd like to ask one of my colleagues if they can volunteer for an invocation here this morning. Okay, with that, I'll go ahead and do the invocation here for the Special Resources and Development Committee meeting for Thursday, September the 19th, 2024. So if we could just all bow our heads. Kodo jondo de na osanchma yadiklisha. Kodo eya ti gotzel nenigi benke do zenigi got abi do ikicha joba na nenitzen. Kodo yo todo halan so higi eya kodo nkit nebeke ya pakabi it's kun lenigi kicha joba initzen. Ado eya tadazen abe nil so do be nil angit a kodo eya Aquagen, Bakegen, deep nashing in the Hamafoni. A hairlan, Kundi, Git Aquagen, Giked no e. Le Jona, Abi at Nidado, Anna, Abi at Nidago, Kundlini. Not only Bankit or Jigo, Kundin, Lini, Ayan, Gik Engit Nanle. Hadahis Agot Hanaznel, Hadahis Ago Kundlini, Git Aquagen, Banedado. Aquagen eya banahid ado, aquagen eya bansi case. Kundeyat eho keda hat edo, nixon kundlinigit aquagen, lane hirando, eya higad hitet e kuntin da schlees bekat chedibin higad nante igi. Kun eya nido kun edin zago eya, nahahan yandon hanchon kot a ein linigi vakunitsen. Adonana kunde de neba Washington jan khate nishigilto. Kunde anleil chingish hapol astwi sanj a englinigi. Hjaden sindol do kundo englinigi khaba khalian distinge. Belto hashil sogon linigi hajoba inzen. Kunde bawanda has ado chidibigasin sini benandishta kunde yotanegi. Ado kunilta hinani balchini je besoke benalike. Bawanda has ange kunlinigi benad loje shinka tahano einach lingi benanish aquije. Yeta the need kalo kuya at evo kunshnado. Kuya at evo esha alchini jen linigi bahin shnado. Doya at evo esha alchini jen linigi inailye yat evo basalado tanzon kunlini. Nadi benigi biyaj benashni don son dishin. Hashine lange hahani tina kuije kodohanai anibiye. Ado to kunden linigi salat so dat ado indan salat dat ado nhalchini je kunde nhande tini in leil khan das ango. Ado le azeil enjedan dat nishigi kunde. Dan linigi dan trago hahani zeno ado kun. Chian hades on kuhiana ikahoda idanel isto hiha. Adon le chilipatohada as ahoku dan lining das nishigi isto dan trago hiha. Akon lini at ayashik na kunde. Nhade nishigi the nebekea bakato belaho kun linigi hiha and hal chinieja hikero benashi don le. The nebekea kat betande keda hat enigi isto kun linigi. Ja, dan lini tot abenashni don son schnabelt on lini hashil sogo. Enan lini ade de gon lini red adan lini adan ben sekes. Aje koje never Washington de never kaya de starta dan zo kot an linigi. Instead days kezo ada nada has called the coon lili tatona mission hard days ido tatona mission hadeo tanton so dishni. Coon linigin hanad nishi bedani glen sago. Ado coon chinyos at na of hadi but that the zero try gilto. Yat eon lini trade don leso ada and lili tato na mission hadeo tanto beto benat at nada des santo. Ado naso ninja kudo. Inhiga to nanat inhiga to gathigi nat anbinhi to jo kut inlini ba hajopa initsin. Ado kut dishe benach inlini yat hage tlati le to kunat alye yat nasit lado kodo hashim sogo divisions in linigi beginning tingi hialanitsin. A kut Benigi bi tradition bon so shi in the night on thoni a shonde in linigi citizen hanad dotle benada or ya do na neil sado nasidit ando but ein lin kajo ba inidzen hialan bujonasli. Okay, going on to proposed agenda for announcements. Do we have any announcements at this time, colleagues? Do legislative? None? Okay. So with that, I'd like to go on to item number 2 on the proposed special meeting agenda for recognizing guests and visiting officials. Kodon Lini Resources and Development Committee, they the monat le the mobis kana le attain the agenda and the shina special meeting baho le mandianta special navigation council session had no been what a dishini quite in the heart. Ado Hihab Dishino Navajo Division of Transportation, Mr. Tom Patero, Aja Najat Army, Lido Kundli, Resources Development Committee, Big Quaggy Yanahos, Ado Quaggy, the Mobica, Quag Nagle. Ado Inda Ku Navajo Nation Land Department, Najat Army, Linigi, Mr. Betsoy, Ado. Who Linigi Division of Natural Resources Staff, Nido, General Land Development Department Manager, Ms. Abasta, Kodon Linigi, Nido, Auto Kodo, Broadband, Navigation Broadband Office, Nikito, Nido, Office of the Speaker, Kodo, Mr. Mahayo, thank you for your presence here, Auto Inda, Shitsile. Honorable Dr. Andy Ness, thank you for gracing us with your presence here for the legislation that you have here on the agenda. Adonana Shadeja, Honorable Amber Crotty, thank you. And I'd like to thank our legislative services staff for always setting up for the Resources Development Committee meeting, and also our legal counsel for always being present. So and then we do always have our federal partner on the call. Yeah, Ms. Cheryl Curley from Bureau of Indian Affairs for being on the call with Resources Development Committee. Although Patachi who would recognize a guest Ishlado Ado in the Nastanad Dojish. Item number 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. So at this time, Rodney, could you please read the proposed agenda into the record?
Madam Chair, members have already seen the proposed agenda reads as follows. Resource Development Committee, the 25th Nominations Council special meeting for Thursday, September 19th, 2024 at 10 a.m. Presiding, Honorable Brenda Seuss, Chairperson, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, Vice Chairperson, location, Navajo Division of Transportation and via telecommunication. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation announcements. 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. 4, reviewing and approving the journal, September 9th, 2024, regular meeting. 5, receiving report. 8, update report from the Navajo Nation Broadband Office on Navajo Nation's Broadband Deployment Plan and Budget, stated in CMY-28-24 in the amount of $77,888,986. B, report from the Division of Natural Resources and Navajo Nation Land Department on the land acquisition program, current funding and land offers made to the Navajo Nation. Executive session will be required. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A, legislation number 0202-24, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee approving the Navajo Nation Clean Air Act minor source program regulations. B, legislation number 0203-24, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee approving the grant of right-of-way to the New Mexico Department of Transportation for the proposed of construction, operating and maintaining roadway and travel lanes project located from Arizona state line coast 002 Shiprock, New Mexico, located on Navajo Nation Trust Land in Gadia Chapter and Shiprock Chapter, Navajo Nation, San Juan County, New Mexico. C, legislation number 0204-24, an action relating to Resource Development Committee approving the grant of temporary construction easement on New Mexico Department of Transportation for roadway travel lanes located from Arizona State Line Post 002 Shiprock, New Mexico, located on Navajo Nation Trust Lands in Gadia Chapter and Shiprock Chapter, Navajo Nation, San Juan County, New Mexico. D, legislation number 0205-24, an action relating to Resource Development Committee approving the budget relocation in the total amount of $1,559,606.84 with the Division of Transportation from Business Unit number 12-01001, object code 9070 to Business Unit number 12-1001, object code 4410, 9020, and 9160. E, legislation number 0207, an action relating to Resource Development and Upgate Committee confirming the appointment of Brenton V. Nelson to the Navajo Telecommunication Regulatory Commission for a term of 4 years. 8, at close of the meeting, announcements and adjournment. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is the proposed agenda read into the record.
Yeah, thank you, Rodney. So with that, members of the committee, may I get a motion? Motion, Honorable Speaker, so may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claw. Members of the committee, Doshna adopted in regards any amendments or additions, deletions, Chair Ness?
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. All the staff here with us, Resource Involvement Committee, Dr. Andy Nash, Chair Friday, committee members. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to motion for Amendment 1 and create a consent agenda for legislation 0202-24. Back on the 23rd council in 2018, there was a public hearing. Back on the 24th council, there was another public hearing, 2021. And now it's finally before us, so we are the final authority on this. The next legislation, 0203-24, is just to pretty much grant a right of way. Other the next one, 204, is a temporary construction easement as well. The same Gadi Aronde Shaprachen. Those three, and the last one will be legislation 0207-24. This legislation for the Telecommunications Regulatory Commissioner, Nagieti has final authority, so perhaps Dr. Andy Nash could only introduce Mr. Brenton Nelson at that time. And we do need to remove legislation 0205-24 because it was withdrawn by the sponsor. And then part of my Amendment 1 motion will be to go to new business first. And then after new business, we'll go to reports. Madam Chair, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Nez, for that amendment. So members of the committee, I do have a motion by Honorable Chair Nez to do a consent agenda legislations 20224, 20324, 20424, and 20724, removing 205-24 and putting new business as the new item number 5, and the receiving reports will be the new number 7. May I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Speaker, so thank you. With that, members of the committee, do we have any questions on amendment? Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, as it brought to my attention that legislation number 0203, it does have some questions or problems with it as as Ms. Quinn can explain further on the legality of the terms and conditions regarding the contract.
203. Okay, legislation 203-24. So at this time, let me give it to our legal counsel, Ms. Quinn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. So I've been texting with Ms. Mariana Khan, who drafted this legislation. And the exhibit D, which is the right-of-way terms and conditions, say that the term of the right-of-way is for 20 years. However, the New Mexico Department of Transportation is seeking a perpetual right-of-way. And so Ms. Khan stated that, you know, RDC, that'd be something for RDC to consider if you want to grant this as a perpetual right-of-way rather than having the term be 20 years. And if so, then an amendment would be needed to this particular legislation. So I leave it with the committee to determine whether you want to consider something like that or you just want to put it on the consent. Madam Chair.
Yeah, Ms. Quinn, so for clarification,
Right.
So Ms. Quinn, for clarification, legislation 20324 currently is a legislation allowing for right of way for 20 years. Okay. So I don't know if committee members would like to make an amendment. But I think you know, with the discussions from prior related topics, it was always that we try to stay away from perpetual because that's forever and ever. So I think what was really conveyed to us also by Minerals Department was have a term of at least 20 or 25 years. And I think that the legislation as Chair of Resources Development Committee is written accordingly as to prior discussions that we've had. Akoho, do we want to go ahead and continue to have that on consent agenda?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Quinn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to remind the committee that about a year ago, we had a similar situation with UDOT. And the term of that right of way was perpetual as long as it was used for a road.
Mhm.
So that's how we've handled it in the past. You could put something like that in this particular legislation if that's what the committee decides to do.
Hagoshi, thank you so much, Ms. Quinn. Honorable Speaker So.
Thank you, I guess, with the forever and ever and ever versus the 20 years, I think that, a little bit of clarity needs to be brought forth, but, I guess that has been a lot of the standard practice of the nation years ago. When you look at all of our, transmission lines are crisscrossing across the Navajo Nation, those are in the same boat. And those right-of-ways were granted forever and forever and ever and ever, to never, never land. And I guess that discussion, that particular legislation, I guess, just for discussion purpose, I think we should address that separately in a discussion. So I would like to remove that particular legislation, just so that we look at the legality part of it, but it should not be. So I deal with that. Thank you.
Hagoshi, thank you as the seconding party to the amendment number 1, Honorable Speaker So. Requested to remove legislation 203-24. So with that, to motioning party Chair Nez, do you concur in removing 203-24?
It's fine.
Hagoshi. All right, colleagues, so we are gonna we still have amendment number 1 with the understanding that now it's going to only be legislations 202-24, 204-24, and 207-24. Removing legislation 205-24 because that particular legislation was withdrawn by sponsor Honorable Danny Simpson. And we will take care of new business first, which will be the new item number 5, and moving receiving reports to number 7 on the proposed agenda. So that will be the new outline amendment. So I do have a motion by Chair Ness and I have a second by Honorable Speaker. So any other questions, colleagues? Okay, so with that, going once, going twice, Rodney, can we take roll call vote on amendment number 1?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for amendment number 1 on creating consent agenda for legislation number 0202-24. Legislation 0204-24 and 0207-24, deleting items D, legislation number 0205-24 as it was withdrawn, and moving new business number 7 up to number 5, and moving down receiving reports down to number 7. Honorable Shannon Cloud, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, motion carries for amendment number 1, colleagues. Now going back to main motion on approving the agenda, do we have any additional comments, questions, additions, or deletions at this time? Going once, going twice, Rodney, can we take a roll call vote on approving the agenda?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for reviewing and approving the agenda. Honorable Shannon Cloud, do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, we do have an approved agenda for our Special Resources Development Committee meeting for Thursday, September the 19th. Going on to item number 4, reviewing and approving journals. September 9th, 2024 was a regular RDC meeting. Legislative staff had emailed this out last week, so at this time, I'd like to request for a motion. Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second? Honorable Claude, members of the committee, do we have any questions on the journals that was emailed out? Going once, going twice, Rodney, roll call vote, please.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for reviewing and approving the journal. Honorable Shannon Cloud, do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you for that, colleagues. Going on to item number 5, new business. We do have consent agenda to take care of first. 202-24, 204-24, and 207-24. So Rodney, if you can go ahead and read the legislations into the record, and after he's done with that, colleagues, I would like to go ahead and allow some opportunity to Mr. Nelson, who is going to be the appointment to the Navajo Telecommunications Regulatory Commission. So Rodney.
But consent agenda, we do most in a second, then we go back to vote.
Yeah, but we just wait until afterwards, okay, the question, Rodney?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, you have legislations summary sheet for tracking number 0202-24. Date September 5th, 2024, title of the resolution, action relating to Resource and Development Committee approving the Nomination Clean Air Act Minor Resources Program Regulation. The purpose of this legislation is to approve the Nomination Clean Air Act Minor Source Program Regulation, which was established a permitting program for the minor source of air pollution located on the Navajo Nation. Resource and Development Committee has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record. The primary sponsor on this legislation is Honorable Brenda Jesus for tracking number 0202-24, an action relating to Resources Development Committee approving the Nomination Clean Air Act Minor Source Program Regulations. Be it resolved, Section 1 authority. The Resource and Development Committee of the Nomination Council has oversight over environmental protection and to oversee regulations on activities on Navajo Nation lands for disposition and acquisition of resources, surface disturbances, and alternation of the natural state of resources, including the enforcement and administration of applicable Navajo Nation and federal laws, regulation, guidelines, and administrative procedures in the development and the use of resources as a good steward. 2 NNC Section 500C, Section 500C2. B, the Resource Development Committee of the Nomination Council has authority to roll up rules and regulations governing transportation, community development, local government units, land acquisitions for the Navajo Nation, environmental protection, and the use, sales, exchange, development of the Navajo Nation lands and or resources, whether held in fee or in trust status. 2 NNC Section 501B1. Section 2, findings. A, the Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency, or Navajo EPA, was established among other things to protect the public health and environment of the Navajo Nation through legislative proposals, monitoring and data collection and rulemaking as it may be authorized by the Navajo Nation Council, enforce action, public education, obtaining funding, and other appropriate means. 2 NNC Sections 1922B. B, the Navajo Nation Clean Air Act was approved by Navajo Nation Council in order to create a coordinate program to control present and future sources of air pollution on the Navajo Nation, along with providing for the regulation of air pollution activities in a manner that ensures the health, safety, and general welfare of all residents of the Navajo Nation, protecting property values and protecting plants and animal life, among other purposes. 4 NNC Section 1102A2. C, pursuant to Navajo Nation Clean Air Act, including 4 NNC Sections 1103, 1112A1C, and 1134G. Navajo EPA was developed the Navajo Nation Clean Air Act Minor Source Program Regulations, or the Minor Source Program Regulations, here attaches at Exhibit A. D, the Minor Source Program Regulation established a permit program for Navajo resources, minor resources of air pollution located on Navajo Nation. Navajo EPA will implement this permitting program in the place of current federal funding program, which will allow Navajo Nation to have greater control over its air resources and greater protection of the Navajo Nation of environmental and public health and welfare. E, the Minor Source Program Regulation will require all minor sources of air pollution to obtain a unitary permit, which is permit containing both pre-construction review and operating requirements related to the air emissions. They're also permitting requirements for certain qualifying modifications to a new source or existing source of air pollution. F, the Minor Source Program Regulations will also allow Navajo EPA to develop a general permit, which is the permit that will cover the entire category of activity sources that fall within the category would be covered by the general permit rather than a site-specific permit. Regulations, registration requirement will also create for those sources of air pollution and eliminate less emissions than a minor source. G, the proposed minor source program regulations were posted for public comments in accordance with Navajo EPA uniform regulation permit reviews, administrative enforcement orders, hearings, and rulemaking under Navajo Nation Environmental Act, the uniform regulations, subpart 4. H, 2 public comments posted periods were held for the purpose of minor source program regulations, 1 comment period in 2018, the other in 2021. As part of the public comment efforts, public hearings were also held by Navajo EPA in 2018 and in 2021. I, 2 general permits, the general permit for gas line disposition facilities and the general permit for non-mineral sources and modification to non-mineral sources in the oil and gas production and natural gas processing segment of the oil and natural gas sector have already been developed by Navajo EPA and have gone out for public comment, which are attached and for reference of Exhibit B. J, in accordance with sections 401A of the Uniform Regulations, Navajo EPA development in response to comments in 2019-2021 are here attached as Exhibit C. K, the 164 review form, document number 016994 is attached as Exhibit D, including a review of the Navajo Nation Department of Justice deeming the minor source program regulations legal sufficient. L, the Resources Development Committee finds that it is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation to approve the Navajo Nation Clean Air Minor Source Act Program Regulation, Section 3, approval. The Resources Development Committee hereby approves the Navajo Nation Clean Air Minor Source Program Regulation here attached to Exhibit A. Attached to Exhibit A, which is the Navajo Nation Clean Air Act Minor Source Program Regulations, Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency, Final Rule 2023. Attached to Exhibit C, which is the Navajo Nation Clean Air Act Minor Source Program, General Permit for Gas Line Dispensing Facility, Final General Permit June 2023, 2023. Attached to Exhibit C, which is the Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency, Navajo Nation Clean Air Quality Control, response to comments on minor source program and proposed rule dated November 13, 2019. Attached to Exhibit D, which is a memorandum dated January 19, 2024, which is the section 164 review form number 016994, executive branch document review per executive order number 06-2023, proposed Navajo Nation minor source program regulation. Then you have the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Interim Public Review Summary for legislation number 0202-24, sponsors Honorable Brenda Jesus. This legislation was posted on September 10th, 2024 at 12:30 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on September 15th, 2024. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comment or recommendation on this legislation. Then you have the second report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Interim Public Review Summary for legislation number 0202-24, sponsored Honorable Brenda Jesus. This legislation was posted on September 10th, 2024 at 12:30 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on September 15th, 2024. There was 5 comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, 1 comment recommendation on this legislation. The 5 comments supporting this legislation comes from Kelly Francis, Adele B. Gay, Samuel Sage, Dwayne Chiliazzi, and Western Leader Network. 1 common recommendation on this legislation comes from the Environmental Defense Fund. Then you have legislation number 0204-24, date September 9th, 2024, titled the Resolution, Proposed Standing Committee Resolution, an action relating to the Resource Development Committee approving the grant of temporary construction easement to the Navajo Nation Department of Transportation for roadway travel lanes located from Arizona State Line milepost 00 to Shiprock, New Mexico, located on Navajo Nation Trust Land in Garia Chapter and Shiprock Chapter, Navajo Nation, San Juan County. The purpose of this legislation is to approve the grant of temporary construction easement to the New Mexico Department of Transportation to develop, use, and occupy the TCE for the purpose of contemporary construction, operation, and maintenance easement, TCE, of the right roadway travel lanes project located from Arizona State milepost 00 to Shiprock, New Mexico, located on Navajo Nation Trust Land in Garia Chapter and the Shiprock Chapter, Navajo Nation, San Juan County, New Mexico. This legislation will waive the requirement for the bond insurance of alternate form of security on the part of the grantee based on the determination that the project benefit the Navajo Nation and such a waiver in the best interest of the Navajo Nation pursuant to Title 25 CRC sections 169.103 F2. This legislation will also waive validation and consideration for the right of way upon the determination and accepted and agreed upon compensation and waiving validation that is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation pursuant to Title 25 CRC section 169-110. Resource Development Committee has final authority over this legislation, which will be running to the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Amber Kismet-Bakrati for tracking number 0204-24. An action relating to Resource Development Committee approving the grant of temporary construction easement to New Mexico Department of Transportation for roadway travel lanes located from Arizona State Line milepost 00 to Shiprock, New Mexico, located on Navajo Nation Trust Land in Garia Chapter and Shiprock Chapter, Navajo Nation, San Juan County, New Mexico, being acted Section 1 authority pursuant to 2 NC Section 500B2. The Resource Development Committee's Navajo Nation Council has authority to grant final approval for all land withdrawal, mineral leases, permits, licenses, right-of-way, surface easements, and bond requirement on Navajo Nation land and unrestricted fee land. This authority shall include subleases, modification, assignment, lease withholding, encumbrance, transfer, renewal, and termination. Section 2's findings. A, the New Mexico Department of Transportation has submitted a request for a temporary construction easement on Navajo Nation Trust Land in Garia Chapter and Shiprock, New Mexico, Shiprock Chapter, Navajo Nation, San Juan County, New Mexico. The terms and conditions are attached to Exhibit A as stated on the grantee development, the use and occupant of the TCE for the purpose of contemporary construction, operation, and maintenance easement, TCE for roadway travel lanes project located from Arizona State Line milepost 00 to Shiprock, New Mexico. C, the temporary construction easement description and maps are attached to Exhibit B. The application is attached to Exhibit CE. The Navajo Nation Department of Justice through memorandum dated August 29, 2024, and the Utah Navajo Department have reviewed the land user form. The Navajo Nation Department of Justice memorandum and the land user consent forms are attached to Exhibit D. F, a Shiprock Chapter Resolution number 0309-23-038 SHIP supports the approves the state of New Mexico, San Juan County, federal and New Mexico Department of Transportation and Highway Safety entities to participate for partnership to continue to seek grants and funds and improvement in reconstruction of New Mexico Highway 64 west of Shiprock to New Mexico and Arizona State Line. The Clavito Chapter Resolution Number BECL 24-03-24 approves and supports staging leases as right of way for ingress and egress from the site. The site is to express purposes of setting up a temporary construction yard site for the use of in road construction. Getia Chapter Resolution GAD-TOKFY 2024-036 approves and supports the NMDOT US Highway 64 Improvement Project CN 51011174, and then to include road improvement, maintenance, and road rehabilitation and construction of turning lanes off to N57 and N571 within milepost 17 and 18 Shiprock Chapter Resolution number 0309-23-038-SHIP. The Clavito Chapter Resolution BECL -24-03-29 and Getia Chapter Resolution GA-TOKFY 2024-036 are attached to Exhibit E. The Navajo Nation Department of Fish and Wildlife Biological Resource Compliance Form is attached to the Exhibit F. H, the U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Highway Administration memorandum date November 3rd, 2020. To Mr. Richard Begay, Navajo Nation Heritage Historic Preservation Department states that the New Mexico INDOT on behalf of FHWA has determined that the avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures stated above finds that the purpose undertaking CN 510117D reconstruction of US 64 between Shiprock, New Mexico, and Arizona border, Amendment P0 to 20, have no adverse effect on historic properties. Your concurrence for your finding of eligibility effect and the resolution of advised effects is respectively requested. The concurrence of Mr. Richard Begay, Navajo Nation Tribal Historic Preservation Officer is dated 11/10/20, November 3rd, 2022. Memorandum is attached to Exhibit G. I, the United States Department of the Interior, in a memorandum dated June 14, 2020, attached to Exhibit H, issue a finding of no significant impact environmental assessment EA 21-0804. 21-1 US 64 alignment study, Arizona border to Shiprock, New Mexico, proposed road improvement and right of way. J, the New Mexico Department of Transportation environmental assistance on US 64 alignment study, Arizona border to Shiprock, New Mexico, dated January 27, 2022. With Appendix A, B, C are attached as Exhibit 1. K, the New Mexico Department of Transportation requested the grant of easement D for the lifetime of the US Highway 64. The Navajo Nation Resources Development Committee has determined that the grant of easement shall be for 5 years. The New Mexico Department of Transportation requests a waiver of validation, waiver of bonds, insurance, and alternate form of security compensation for contemporary construction easement, and the waiver of consideration for this temporary construction easement is requested. The terms and conditions of document A, Exhibit A states that the term of the temporary construction easement is for 5 years, and the consideration is assessed at $22,286.55. In 25 CFR section 169.110 addresses how much monetary compensation must be paid for the right of way over or across tribal land. It states a right of way over across or tribal land may be allowed for a payment amount negotiated by the tribe, and we defer to the tribe, and may not require a validation of tribal submit a tribal authorization, especially stated that A1 has agreed upon compensation satisfactory to the rules, 2 waive validations, and 3 has determined that accepting such agreed upon compensation and waiving validation is in the best interest. B, the tribe may request in writing that we determine the fair market value, in which cases we be validation in accordance with sections 169.114. After providing the tribe with the fair market value, we defer to the tribe's decision to allow for any compensation negotiated by the tribe. C, if the continuation in paragraph A or B and these sections are not met, we will require that the grantee pay a fair market value based on the validation in accordance with sections 169.114. O, 25 CFR section 169.103 addresses bond insurance and alternative form of security. It states A, you must include payment of bonds, insurance, and alternative form of security with your application of right of way in the amount that covers 1, a higher annual rental specific in the grant unless compensated is a new one-time payment. 2, the estimated damages resulting from construction of any payment improvement. 3, the easement changes and remedies costs of or any potential releases of containment, explosive, hazardous material or water or waste. 4, the operation and maintenance charge of any land located within the irrigation projects. 5, the restoration of the premises of their conditions at the state of the right of way or reclamation to some other specific conditions agreed upon by the landowner. F, we may waive the requirement of bond for insurance or in certain form of security. 2, tribal land defer to the maximum extent possible to the tribe's determination of the waiver of bond insurance in a certain form of security in the best interest. P, the application for the temporary construction easement has been reviewed by the Fish and Wildlife, Historic Preservation, Minerals, Navajo Nation Environmental Protection, Division of Natural Resources, and Department of Justice, and approved and found significant. Executive official review document number 02-3173 in the Maryland dated August 13, 2024, from the Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Program are attached to Exhibit J. Section 3, approval. A, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves the grant of temporary construction easement to the New Mexico Department of Transportation, subject to but not limited to the terms and conditions attached as Exhibit A, to construct, operate, and maintain the roadway and travel lanes project located from Arizona State Line milepost 00 to New Shiprock, New Mexico, located on Navajo Trust Lands in Gadia Shiprock Chapter, and Navajo Nation, San Juan County, New Mexico, as described as the maps attached to Exhibit B. B, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby waives the requirement of bonds, insurance, and alternative forms of security on the part of the grantee based on the determination that construction, operating, upgrading, and maintaining the roadway and travel lanes along US Highway 64 benefits the Navajo Nation, and such a waiver is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation pursuant to Title 25 CFR Section 169.103 F2. C, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby waives validation and construction of the temporary construction easement. It has determined and accepted the agreed upon compensation and waiving validation in the best interest of the Navajo Nation pursuant to Title 25 CRC Section 169.110. D, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby authorize the President of the Navajo Nation to execute any and all documents to the effect the intent and purpose of this resolution. Attaches Exhibit A, which is a Navajo Nation temporary construction easement terms and conditions within the New Mexico Department of Transportation. The grantee attaches Exhibit B, which is the letter dated February 13, 2023, regarding the US 64 right-of-way field clearance request milepost 13.8 through 14.3 and milepost 19.4 to 28 to 20.8. Attaches Exhibit C, which is the US Department of Indian Affairs right-of-way application. Attaches Exhibit D, which is the 164 review memorandum dated August 29, 2024, ERO number 229332 for the right-of-way for EOR number 23173 for TCE for the New Mexico right-of-way roadway improvement at Gadia Shiprock. Attached Exhibit E, which is the Cloud Chapter Resolution number BECL-24-03-29. Attaches the Gadia Chapter Resolution, which is GAD-TOK-FY 2024-036. Attaches is a resolution from Shiprock Chapter Resolution number 030923-038 SHIP. Attaches Exhibit F, which is the Biological Resource Compliant Forms Navajo Nation Department of Fish and Wildlife. Attaches Exhibit G, which is a letter dated November 3rd, 2020, which is a letter dated to Richard Begay, the Tribal Historic Preservation Office, Navajo Nation Heritage and Historic Preservation Department. Attaches Exhibit H, which is the U.S. Department of the Interior, letter dated June 14 of 2022. Attaches Exhibit I, which is environmental assessment for the U.S. Highway 64 steady Arizona border to Shiprock, New Mexico, dated January 27, 2022. Attaches Exhibit J, which is the Navajo Nation Department of Justice document review request cover sheet. And then you have the first report with the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Interim Public Review Summary for legislation number 0204-24, sponsored Honorable Amber Kizner-Prouty. This legislation was posted on September 10th, 2024 at 3:48 p.m. The 5-day time period ended on September 15th, 2024. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments and recommendation on this legislation. Then you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0207-24, date September 13, 2024. The title of the resolution, proposed standing committee resolution, an action relating to resource and development and navigate committee confirming the appointment of Brenton V. Nelson to the Navajo Telecommunication Regulatory Commission for a term of 4 years. The purpose of the resolution is to confirm the appointment of Brenton V. Nelson to Navajo Nation Telecommunication Regulatory Commission for a term beginning October 1st, 2024, and ending on September 30th, 2028. Navigate Committee has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Dr. Honorable Andy Nez for tracking number 0207-24, an action relating to resource development. Navigate Committee is confirming the appointment of Brenton V. Nelson to the Navajo Telecommunication Regulatory Commission for a term of 4 years. In section 1 outlines authority, in section 2 the finding with references in Exhibit A, Exhibit B, and Exhibit C, and in section 3 is the confirmation. Attached to Exhibit A, which is a letter dated August 15th, 2024, signed by Dr. Bruce Nygren to Mr. Nelson. Attached is Exhibit B, which is a letter from Brenton V. Nelson to Dr. President Nygren. Attached is Exhibit C, which is the resume of Brenton Von Nelson. Attached, then you have the first report of the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch and a public review summary for legislation number 0207-24, sponsors Honorable Andy Nez. This legislation was posted on September 13, 2024 at 7:03 p.m. The five-day comment period on September 18, 2024. There was no comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments and recommendation on this legislation. Madam Chair, members have already seen those are the consent agenda legislation read into the record in its entirety.
Okay, thank you for that, Rodney. May I get a motion on the consent agenda?
Motion.
Honorable Speaker So, may I get a second?
Second.
Second by Chair Nez. Rodney, can we go ahead and take roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members have already seen this is roll call vote for the consent agenda. Honorable Shannon Cloud, do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Yes. Thank you for that, Rodney. And just for the record, Rodney, Honorable Danny Simpson is excused. He'll be here after he gets done with another meeting. So with that, motion carries on the consent agenda, but at this time, colleagues, I'd like to go ahead and allow opportunity for I know that in Kitsila, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez was gracious enough to drop that legislation to confirm appointment of Mr. Nelson to the Navajo Telecommunications Regulatory Commission. So, Kodo, if I could have Mr. Nelson just do a brief introduction of himself and then maybe what his plans are for being on the commission. Ashbira, 5 minutes. Mr. Nelson, if you can make your way up to the front, and we'd like to go ahead and allow you opportunity at this time.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair, and also the honorable delegates with the Resource Development Committee. Shay, my name is Brenton B. Nelson. Currently employed with the Navajo Nation under Navajo Division for Children and Family Services, formerly known as Navajo Nation Social Services. And it's a great honor to be here today and also to be going through the confirmation for the Navajo Nation Telecommunications Regulatory Commission as a commissioner. I think it's a very important role and with many oversight responsibilities. And I think I'd like to thank the Resource Committee here and providing me this time to provide a introduction of who I am, and then also a little bit of where I come from. Originally I'm from Kintachi or Kintachi community, and I come from the Luke family there. Then from my dad's side, he's from Kitsili, from Black Mesa area, Nelson Gilmore family. So I want to recognize my family in that way. And then also I've been with the Navajo Nation for many years, close to maybe a little bit over 20+ years. Serving our great Navajo Nation and being under the Department of Education for many years. Advocating for our youth and our children, our schools, under that in the IT infrastructure and also telecom, broadband services. And more recent, with the COVID pandemic, when we have to support the distant learning of our students and our teachers, and then also for our great Navajo Nation staff. So broadband has been a really big topic of mine and an interest of mine. But I look forward to continuing advocating and being an advisor to the NNTRC office and to the Great Navajo Nation, and then also to help in addressing a lot of responsibilities that come with the commission and enhancing our telecommunication services across Navajo Nation. And it's kind of listening into many of the council's meetings and discussions. There's a heavy need of telecommunications infrastructure, and I think there's a lot of needs to continue to expand to those unserved, underserved locations across our communities to support, again, many areas, health, education, and also just the work that we do on a daily basis and the reliability that we need for good connectivity. So I'm looking forward to really looking into enhancing these services and making and having a competitive market. I think it's one of those major things that we can have affordability for our families. And I think many of those things, we need to update a lot of our policies, procedures, and maybe bring those things up to speed to support those type of initiatives. So I'd like to thank the RDC here for allowing me this short time to just give a brief introduction, but also give a little brief background of who I am and where I'm from. So thank you again, Honorable Delegate Jesus, and then also each of the honorable delegates here with the RDC committee. Thank you.
Gushing, yeah, thank you, Mr. Nelson, for that brief introduction. Ado, the legislation final authority lies with the Navajo Committee. So Adishi Hilton Linigi, you will be addressing the full 25th Navajo Nation Council. So it's a good shanat ani no hina ado hiat nana bagi yin yahi do kodon chihun aigi. So we look forward to a more in-depth dialogue when it comes to Navajo. Thank you, and then thank you, Satsulanana, Dr. Andy Nez, for bringing this legislation before us. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and thank you. I'd like to go ahead and continue on with what's the next legislation, 027-24 or 023-24. So Rodney, if you can read the legislation into the record, and we do have sponsor and co-sponsor here. So Mr. Chernez, I guess you can go ahead and take a seat until Honorable Crotty comes back into the room. Or she's out there?
She's out.
Okay.
Ready? Go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of RDC have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0203-24 date September 9th, 2024, titled the resolution, proposed standing committee resolution and action relating to resource development committee approving the grant of right-of-way to the New Mexico Department of Transportation for the purpose of construction, operating, and maintaining roadway and travel lanes project located from Arizona state line post 002 Shiprock, New Mexico, located on Navajo Nation trust land in Gadia chapter and Shiprock chapter, Navajo Nation, San Juan County, New Mexico. The purpose of this legislation is to approve a grant of right-of-way to the New Mexico Department of Transportation, construct, operate, and maintain a roadway and travel lanes project located from Arizona state line milepost 002 Shiprock, New Mexico, located on Navajo Nation trust land in Gadia, Toca chapter and Shiprock chapter, Navajo Nation, San Juan County, New Mexico. This legislation will waive the requirement for bond insurance and alternative form of security on the part of the grantee based on the determination that the project benefits the Navajo Nation, and such a waiver is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation pursuant to Title 25 CRC Section 169103 F2. This legislation will also waive the validation consideration for the right of way upon the determination and accepting the agreed upon compensation and waiving validation as it is in the best interest of the nomination pursuant to Title 25 CRC, Section 169.110. Resource Development Committee has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor on this legislation is Honorable Kizna Bakhrati, and co-sponsors Honorable Ricky Nez. For tracking number 0203-24, an action relating to Resource Development Committee approving the grant of right-of-way to the New Mexico Department of Transportation for the purpose of construction, operating, and maintaining a roadway and travel lanes project located from Arizona State Line Post 002 Shiprock, New Mexico, located on Nomination Trust Line in Gadia Chapter and Shiprock Chapter, Nomination San Juan County, New Mexico, being enacted Section 1 authorities pursuant to 2 NNC Section 500B2, the Resource Development Committee of the Nomination Council has authority to grant final approval for all land withdrawal, mineral leases, permit licenses, right-of-way, surface easements, and bonding requirement on nomination trust lands and unrestricted free land. This authority shall include subleases, modification, assignment, lease holding, encumbrance transfers, renewal, and termination. Section 2's finding. A, the New Mexico Department of Transportation has submitted a right-of-way application. The stated purpose of the request: transportation, public use, public highway, US 64 easement, right-of-way parcel, abandoned parcels, construction maintenance easement, and contemporary construction easement identified on CN 51011174-PH3 ROW parcel table /BIA, located on Nomination Trust Line in Gadia Chapter and Shiprock Chapter, Nomination San Juan County, New Mexico. B, the terms and conditions attached to Exhibit A. C, the proposed right-of-way map is attached to Exhibit B. C, D, the application attached to Exhibit C. E, the land user has identified and their consent forms are attached to Exhibit B. F, Shiprock Chapter Resolution Number 03-09-23-308, SHIP supports and approves the state of New Mexico, San Juan County, federal and New Mexico Nation Department of Transportation and Highway Safety entities to partner to continue to seek grants and funds for improvement and reconstruction of New Mexico Highway 64 west of Shiprock to New Mexico and Arizona state line. Beclapito Chapter Resolution Number CBECL-24-03-28 approves and supports staging leases as right-of-way for ingress and egress from the site. The site is to express purpose of setting up a contemporary construction yard site for the use in road construction. Gadia/Toca Chapter Resolution GAD-TOK-FY 2024-036 approves and supports in MDOT US Highway 64 Improvement Project CN-510174 and to include the road improvement, maintenance, and road rehabilitation and reconstruction of turn lanes off of NM57 and NM57-1 within milepost 17 to 18, Shiprock Chapter Resolution Number 0309-23-038-SHIP. Beclapito Chapter Resolution Number BECL-24-03-29 and Gadia Toca Chapter Resolution GAD-TOK-FY 2024-036 are attached to Exhibit E. D, the Nomination Department of Fish and Wildlife Biological Resource Compliance Form is attached to Exhibit F. H, the U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Highway Administration Memorandum dated November 3rd, 2020 to Richard Begay Navajo Nation Historic and Preservation Department states that NM.DOT on behalf of FHWA has determined that the avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures as stated above finds that the proposed undertaking CN 51-1170 reconstruction of US 64 between Shiprock, New Mexico, and Arizona MP 0 to 20 have no adverse effect on historic properties. Your concurrence on the findings of the eligibility effect and resolution to adverse effect is respectfully requested. The concurrence from Richard Begay. Navajo Tribal Historic Preservation Office is the date 11/10/20. The November 3rd, 2020 memorandum is attached to Exhibit GI. The U.S. Department of the Interior in a memorandum dated June 14, 2020 is attached to Exhibit H, issued a finding of no significant impact environmental assessment EA-21-08-0804 421-1 US 64 alignment study Arizona border to Shiprock, New Mexico proposed road improvement and right-of-way of highway. J, the New Mexico Department of Transportation and Environmental Assessment for the US 64 alignment study Arizona border to Shiprock, New Mexico dated January 27, 2020 with Appendix A, B, C are attached to Exhibit I. K, the New Mexico Department of Transportation requests a waiver of validation and waiver of bond insurance, alternative form of security compensation for the right of way. L, a waiver of consideration for the right of way is requested. The terms and conditions attached exhibit A states that the terms and conditions. The right of way shall be for 20 years and the consideration in the assessment is $163,099.60. M 25 CFR section 169.110 addresses how much monetary compensation must be paid for the right of way over or across tribal lands. It states a right of way over or across tribal land may allow for a payment amount negotiated by the tribe, and we defer to the tribe in any and not require validation of the tribe submitted a tribal authorization and expresses that it, one, has agreed upon compensation status for to the tribe waiver validation. And three, has determined that accepting agreed upon compensation and waiving validation is the best interest. B, the tribe may request in writing and that we determine a fair market value in which the case will be used as a validation in accordance to section 169.114. After providing the tribe with a fair market value, we will defer to the tribe's decision to allow any compensation negotiated by the tribe. C, if the conditions in paragraph A or B in the sections are not met, we will require that the grantee pay fair market based on a validation in accordance with sections 169.114 in 25 CFR section 169.103 addresses bond insurance and alternative forms of security. It states A, you must include payment of bonds, insurance, and alternative forms of security with your application for right of way in the amount that covers I-1, the highest annual rental specific in the grant unless compensated in a one-time payment. And two, the estimated damage resulting in the construction of any permanent improvements. At three, the estimated damage and remediation costs of any potential releases of contamination, explosive hazard minerals or waste. Four, the operation and maintenance charge of any lands located within the irrigation project. Five, the restoration of premises of the conditions at the start of the right of way or reclamation to some other specific condition that's agreed upon by the landowner. F, we may waive the requirement for the bond insurance alternative form of security. Two, for the tribal land deferring to the maximum extent possible to the tribe's determination that the waiver of bonds, insurance, alternative form of security is in the best interest. O, the New Mexico Department of Transportation requests that the right of way be for the lifetime of the US Highway 64 as the improvements are for the transportation purpose and are construction in the best interest of the tribal community. P 25 CFR section 169.110 addresses how much the duration the grant of right of way may be. It states A, all right of way grant under this part are limited to the time period stated in the grant. B, for tribal land, we will defer to the tribe's determination that the right of way terms is reasonable. Q, the application for the right of way has been reviewed by Fish and Wildlife, Historic Preservation, Minerals, Nomination, Environmental Protection, Division of Natural Resources, and Department of Justice, and approved and found significant. Executive Official Review Document number 022-932, memorandum dated August 13, 2024 for the Nomination Environmental Protection Program and the General Land Development Department Environmental Compliance. Determination has attached Exhibit J, Section 3 approval. The Resource and Development Committee of the Nomination Council hereby approves the grant of right for the New Mexico Department of Transportation subject to but not limited to the terms and conditions attached Exhibit A to the construction, operating, and maintenance and roadway and travelway lanes project located from Arizona State Line milepost 00 to Shiprock, New Mexico, located on Nomination Trust lands in Gariatoca Chapter and Shiprock Chapter, Nomination, San Juan County, New Mexico, as described in the map. Attached Exhibit B, the Resource and Development Committee of the Nomination Council hereby waives the requirement for the bond, insurance, and alternative forms of security on the part of the grantee based on the determination that the construction, operating, and maintaining roadway and travel lanes along US Highway 64 for Arizona State Line milepost 00 to Shiprock, New Mexico benefits the nomination, and such a waiver is in the best interest of the nomination pursuant to Title 25 CFR Section 169.103 F2. C, the Resource and Development Committee of the Nomination Council hereby waives validation consideration for the right of way if determined that accepting the agreed upon compensation waiving validation is in the best interest of the nomination pursuant to Title 25 CFR Section 169.110. D, the Resource and Development Committee of the Nomination Council hereby authorize the President of the nomination to execute any and all documents to the effect of intent and the purpose of this resolution. Attaches Exhibit A, which is the Navajo Nation right-of-way terms and condition. Attaches Exhibit E, which is the map of the right-of-way for US Highway 64, the length of the project. Attaches Exhibit C, which is the United States Department of the Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs right-of-way application. Attaches Exhibit D, which is a memorandum dated August 29th, 2024. The subject is EROs number 2293-2 for right-of-way and EOR number 23-173 for TCE from the M.ROW roadway improvement Gadia / Shiprock. Attaches Exhibit E, which is a resolution from Shiprock chapter, resolution number 0309-23038 SHIP. Attaches is also the Clavito chapter resolution number BECL 24 03 attaches another resolution and Gadia Toka chapter government resolution number GAD TOK FY 2024 036 attaches exhibit F, which is the biological resources compliant form for nomination Department of Fish and Wildlife in a DFW review number 19 WSP 101. Attached exhibit G, which is a letter dated November 3rd, 2020 to Richard Begay from the U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration. Attaches exhibit H, which is a letter dated June 14, 2022 from the U.S. Department of the Interior. Attached exhibit I, which is in the Mexico Department of Transportation, environmental assessments for the US 64 alignment study for Arizona border to Shiprock, New Mexico. Attached exhibit J, which is the Nomination Department of Justice document review request cover sheet. Attached, which includes the executive official review document number 02293-23 date issued 06/11/2024. Then you have the first report, the nomination legislative branch in a public review summary for legislation number 0203-24, sponsors Honorable Amber Kittens with Crotty. This legislation was posted on September 10th, 2024 at 3:31 p.m. The public comment period on September 15th, 2024. There was no comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments recommendation on this legislation. Madam Chair, members have already seen that as legislation number 0203-24 read into the record in its entirety.
Thank you for that, Rodney. At this time, I'd like to request for a motion. Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claw. Members of the committee, I believe we do have an amendment for this legislation. So, and do we have, okay, so at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to the sponsor, Honorable Crotty, for a report on legislation 0203-24.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shada, and I appreciate the prayer this morning. Appreciate being here in front of Resource and Development Committee. So this legislation before you, colleagues, is 0203-24. I appreciate your advisor for reading it into the record. So I see the laugh, so I'm gonna tease a little. I was just thinking, I have an app that's called Speechify, so it reads all of my documents, and I just thought how interesting that would be if Snoop Dogg would start reading our documents into the record, but that could be something we can ask Title II Reform Committee on to look at. But committee members, so this is the first time I'm before this committee to ask for a right-of-way. As we all know, it's a challenge to get major highway projects through any community on Navajo Nation. It's my understanding this federal funding was made available to this particular project over 10 years ago. And there was a shortfall. And so working with our congressional leadership, we were able to secure just over $80 million. Part of that additional funding does require, like for all projects, not only the right-of-way, some of the bond waivers working with the state of New Mexico. And so I want to respect the committee in terms of how you have looked at right-of-ways, like the opportunity. So as budget and finance, we may have to start looking at if what is the impact of waiving right-of-ways and what does that look like in the future? So I think we could have that conversation for sure. But what I just want to say is that this is on a fast track. It has been my understanding, we do have Ms. Dana Garcia on the line with New Mexico Department of Transportation on Wednesday. Yesterday, the New Mexico caucus met with New Mexico Department of Transportation Secretary Cerna. And so he also asked that Navajo Nation's council swiftly acts on the legislation so that they can move forward and meet the requirements. So Chair, those are my comments so far for the community. We receive so much traffic from, starting from Grand Canyon, Tuba City up to Kayenta. Then they roll into Keys, go into the Clabato, down to Gadiahi, which is the red wash, and then out to Shiprock. So this is a major corridor. And also there's 2 bridges or 4 bridges in total. And one of these bridges is the one that you keep seeing at least the last 3 months, has washed out twice. And so it's rerouted major traffic going through to the Four Corners area. So it's a highly dense population, and so we just look for your support this morning. And I want to thank your staff and Office of Legislative Counsel for assisting the community in our request, and the Navajo Nation Department of GLAD.
General Land Development.
What is it?
General.
Oh, General Land Development.
It's a
I'm
part-
really bad with acronyms, so I'm an elder millennial. I'm stuck in a certain stage. Anything new, I just am set in my ways. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you for that, Honorable Crotty, for your presentation regarding legislation 203-24. Colleagues, do we have any questions at this time? Honorable Speaker So.
I think that, well, first, that I think, Honorable Crotty for, presenting this, legislation, and it is a very important legislation pertaining to right of way that, impacts a certain region of Navajo in, pertaining to transportation. And it's a corridor that is highly used, Highway 160, then it turns into Highway 555 some. 550. They're at T's, turns into 555. 550, yeah. Or, yeah, so, but what I'm getting to is that it's a heavy travel road throughout the nation, and I do agree that we have to support this right of proposal. But I guess the one reason why we took it off 2% is that we had a discussion pertaining to right of way perpetual and lease term, and that was regarding the right of way in Utah. And there, the state of Utah was very adamant that they wanted it perpetual. And yeah, actually gave an ultimatum, and now it really makes me think now. If you have a entity giving you an ultimatum to say, the only way we're gonna do this is we give it to us in this form, or else we're gonna pull monies back. You know, that was a conversation there, and but at the end of the day, we worked out terms. The issues have been addressed, and we approved the right of way, I believe, under perpetual. But under here, with recommendation from I guess from the lease with the Marina's office that does the assessments pertaining to this, and glad General Land Department. These dollars are pertaining to right of way, and which are waived, but the term, lease term, you know, once we give the green light for perpetual, it's that 50 years, leaders down the road, 50 years from now, is gonna turn back and look at us and say, what did the 25th Navajo Nation Council do? Why did they agree to this, you know? And I think that's a lot of the questions that we have on a lot of our transmission lines that are crisscrossing the Navajo Nation, such as the Kerr-McGee line. We're not, that's the same thing with the perpetual agreement. We're not getting any type of lease payments from Kerr-McGee off of the power transport that are going through the nation. But in this case, it serves the general public pertaining to the transportation need and education, health, social welfare, and also employment. And then our also the economy, the local economy, so this is something that I wanted to get to the floor here. And, but I do agree with what's on here. I believe the right-of-way application says 20 years. I'm okay with that. And, but I just wanted to make sure that the committee, is aware that the current legislation is drafted for 20 years. And then, just so that we are aware of this. And then, I'm okay with 20 years. Having the state of New Mexico come back to the table in 20 years to request to renew the right of way. So, but at this time, this is to allow construction to proceed. Then the other is that on the application, I believe currently on Exhibit C, currently they have some sort of right of way that's in place. And their right of way application in the area where it speaks to the length, width, and depth. Speaks to vary, it says it varies. And I think that their general right of way, I'm not too sure what is their current width. Like the state of New Mexico, and what is the current length. They do have the acreage in 7,272,962 acres. So that's the total acres impacted, but the length and width, I think a general right of way is roughly about 200 feet. And if you, and I think that that information that varies is gonna I guess vary. Because we don't know what. My question is, do they have existing survey documents that speaks to the current right of way width and the right of way length of that proposed or that project that is gonna be constructed? Because if that's the case, we could discuss those same numbers on the right of way, the width and the length, and incorporate those numbers into this. They would have to amend the Exhibit C to incorporate these numbers, and or are they gonna go ahead and construct as is and can have a as-built right of way at the end of the day? So as an example, as I speak to as-built right of way, like the bridges that washed out, they would have to have certain amount of acreage required in the bridge area. So versus a standard, whatever their numbers are currently, because when you look at the right of way fence and you pull a tape, it should be about 200 feet. And along the washes that see before the right of ways expand. And just for future expansion of the road or expansion of the bridge. I know there's three constructions going on the bridges there on along the highway. But I do look forward to this road to be improved, and it's about time we got that road improved. And it's been years. I remember that road just being like that all the time, and I've seen those bumps, and it's like one time I was driving with my grandfather, he had a Thunderbird car. I was a passenger. It was like a boat in the water, and getting those little, and I just remember them. But it's about time that they repair that road and widen it. And I do support this project. So it is not, and then if it's okay with the way it is, we can go ahead and move forward and improve the way it is. So I did with that, but just wanted to see the issues that my colleagues had pertaining to the right of way. But other than that, those are just what I see. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker So. Any other members of the committee with any comments or questions? Chair Ness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanna, I was looking at Exhibit C in the middle where it talks to, right-of-way information. Duration, term years, it says for the lifetime of the highway, year 64. And at the bottom was dated back in April 2024. But the legislation does, state here on page 3L. States that the term of the right of way shall be for 20 years. And the amendment just kind of deletes the 20 years, so are we okay with just going with the legislation as it is? I just would like to ask Madam Chair Crowley that question, if she's good with that, or if the amendment should be we should move forward with it. Back to you, Chair.
Bushy? Thank you, Chair Ness, for that clarification in regards to the language, just to be consistent. So I'd like to go ahead and yield the time back over to Honorable Crotty in regards to the question that Honorable Speaker So had posed in regards to the width and the linear distance of the highway right-of-way request auto to Honorable Chair Ness question.
Oh, appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. So I would need help. We do have the New Mexico Department of Transportation on the line, Ms. Garcia. I'm not sure she would be able to answer Delegate Speaker So's question regarding the right-of-way length and width.
Mhm.
Or we do have the Department of or GLAD is here. If they're the entity that would be more familiar with Exhibit C. So if I could ask for request through agents. And in terms of the amendment, if that was offered to the state of Utah, and we're here at the discussion, I would ask that the committee consider the language that was provided to the state of Utah, so that because New Mexico has stated they're committed to maintaining this road into the life of the road. So that would be my suggestions. Thank you, Chair.
Bushy, thank you, Honorable Crotty. So do we have Miss Dana Garcia on the call?
Yes, good morning, honorable delegates and honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee. I do have an answer for Honorable So's question. The DOT really made an effort to minimize the additional easement we were asking of the Navajo Nation for this construction project. So we are not requesting a uniform widened right-of-way for the entire project limits. We are really only asking for additional width in the locations that we definitely need it. And so for this project, which is the replacement of the Shiprock Wash Bridge and the Rattlesnake Wash Bridge, we are really just asking for additional right-of-way width at those bridge locations and in the areas where we are shifting the roadway for purposes of maintaining traffic during construction. So it's not a uniform width, it does vary, and that's why the acreage was provided as additional easement rather than a length and width. And I hope that answers your question. I do have exhibits and some documents I can share with you if that would help. I have a KMZ file that would show the varied areas.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Garcia. So going back to Honorable Speaker So, did that clarify your question?
Yes, to a certain extent. Can I have a follow-up?
Sure.
So, what I'm getting, good afternoon, Ms. Garcia. Thank you for being on the line and providing the technical answers pertaining to the right of way. And to what I understand is that the right of way for the whole length is as is, but you're only requesting additional right of way at the bridge construction area for possible rerouting highway or traffic and so forth, or even construction yard. But how you have an existing legal description that's probably in place. And will you be presenting an as-built right away, after when the bridge is constructed, so that your, the whole, meaning that the legal description that's in place would have to be amended to speak to the additional right of way at the bridge location. So I'm just wondering if you're gonna submit it as built right away. And if that's the case, it's okay, because that can happen, because it usually happens with construction if some is existing and you need additional acreage. Usually an as-built right of way is submitted to make sure that the survey portion of the legal description is amended in the proposed legislation and right of way request. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, speaker. So for that, so going back to, Honorable Chair Naz's question to get clarification whether we want, the perpetual language, or actually there is an amendment here, so. And this particular exhibits that are attached here is reflecting 20 years right away, that is being, requested via this legislation. So we do have an amendment that was drafted by our legal counsel. And just for information purposes, Honorable Karate, Resources Development Committee has been really looking at revenue stream back to the Navajo Nation. And I think that's usually one of the big topics that come up. And we did have New Mexico Department of Transportation along with Utah Department of Transportation that had come before Resources and Development Committee for certain right-of-way renewal requests. And I know that in some circumstances, it was also brought to our attention by the executive branch that we have been in the past continuously just waiving right-of-way fees that have been assessed by Minerals Department. And again, it defeats the purpose of, number one, trying to increase our revenue stream to Navajo Nation, provided that we have a lot of the mining activities and also the power plants that have closed here on Navajo Nation, which had depleted and is dwindling, revenue back to Navajo Nation. So the committee did, look at consideration of continuously looking at revenue streams. So the right-of-way fees that were assessed by Minerals Department. Number one example that I want to share is Utah Department of Transportation had agreed to pay $1.2 million with the existing road that they have in Utah on our Navajo Nation, to pay that to the Navajo Nation for the right-of-way that they had gotten reapproved several months ago. I believe it was over the summer back in May. So that was a negotiation that they did. So colleagues, with that, if you look to Exhibit A, I just want to make this point. The right-of-way was assessed at $163,099.60. A koho data amendment kodohishi be motion o lahigi ya the right-of-way assessigi ya, it's going to waive it. So being forwardly, as my colleagues, if you want to have New Mexico DOT pay that fee, or do we want to completely waive that, which is in the amendment that's been emailed out to us. So and also Honorable Karate. So again, I leave it to my colleagues in regards to amendment number 1, Hishi motion, okay? Okay, at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Honorable Claw.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Shanella, Honorable Karati. Thank you for the legislation here today. And then I just wanted to ask a question in regards to the right-of-way fee. I just wanted to find out if New Mexico Department of Transportation can answer the question if they have the funding available to pay the fee. And I remember when UDOT was here, they also, we asked that question and they were very open to paying the fee. So if we could just get a response from New Mexico Department of Transportation to see if they have the funding to pay for the right-of-way assessed at the $163,099.60. So that would be my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw, for that question. So I'd like to go ahead and yield the time over to Ms. Garcia with New Mexico DOT in regards to a question that was posed here with the assessment that was done by Minerals Department for the 7.2962 acres. The right-of-way assessed fee was $163,099.60. If New Mexico DOT is willing to pay that right-of-way fee to the Navajo Nation. Ms. Garcia?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for that question and Honorable Claw. The DOT could put, it's a complicated answer. Yes, we can pay that fee. The issue with considering it now for this project is that we are out of time. And this project is tied to the $80 million in federal grant funding that Honorable Crotty mentioned that is tied to this entire corridor. And we have a very tight construction timeline to complete all of these projects and maintain that funding. So if we were to pay this $163,000 for the right-of-way on this project, unfortunately, it would delay construction of this project as the Federal Highway Administration has to approve that amount, and they are shut down for federal fiscal year and closeout currently. So we wouldn't get that approval from them until likely October, and then it would need to go into the Statewide Transportation Improvement Program amendment, which is a 3-month cycle. And this project is currently scheduled to be let for contractor bids in January. So if we were to go back and request that additional funding to pay this right-of-way assessment, we would delay that construction date, which would then in turn delay construction on the rest of the construction projects on this corridor and potentially jeopardize that $80 million in construction funding. So I propose a compromise that maybe we consider paying the valuation for the next 2 construction projects, and the NMDOT can plan for that, and so that we're not in this timeline, time sensitive, hard spot. We're in a rock and a hard place on this project currently.
Thank you for that, Ms. Garcia. So going back to Honorable Claw, in regards to your question, do you have a follow-up?
Yes. Thank you so much for the response, and I do appreciate how you did mention the compromise, and I believe I would be, myself as a RDC member, would be open to that, to your recommendation for the next 2 construction projects. But if we would write that into the amendment, Ms. Quinn, we would need your input here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Claw. So, Ms. Quinn, in regards to the response that was made by Mrs. Garcia with New Mexico DOT for that right-of-way that was assessed by Minerals Department, to put that language provision into the amendment for this particular legislation. So it'll take you like 15 minutes at least to try to craft something that would be, no,
Yeah, that's fine.
15 minutes. So colleagues, I'd like to request for a 15 minutes.
You need to do your motion, right? Did you do that?
That amendment will be added to the motion, to the amendment,
Yes.
and motion will be made on that amendment.
Mhm.
So I'd like to go ahead and allow time for our legal counsel to go ahead and add that. Yeah, colleagues, wishing, so I'll go ahead and allow 15 minutes break, just so that we have, Ms. Quinn be able to add that, and, hopefully we're accurate in terms of the amendment that we're going to have one of you, motion here, and then also get a second to this legislation. So 15 minutes, we will, reconvene at 12:16.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for being patient, and we got the amendment language completed, so it's time I'd like to get back into the meeting and members of the committee, we did get to the amended language emailed out, so I would like to request if someone would like to motion for the amendment to legislation 20,
Motion.
Okay, I do have a motion on the floor by Honorable Claude. So Rodney, can you read the oh, I need a second, Collins.
Second.
Honorable Speaker So that I could get the amendments read into the record, Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, we have amendment number 1 to legislation number 0203-24. And it reads as follows: on page 3, lines 21 through 23, edit as follows. 1. A waiver of consideration for the right of way is requested. The terms and conditions document exhibit A states the strike out, the terms of right of way shall be for 20 years, and the consideration for assessed at $163,999.60. 2. On page 6, lines 3 and 4, edit as follows: waive validation and consideration for the right of way as it is determined that strike through accepting waiving the agreed upon compensation and waiving validation is in the best interest of the navigation pursuant to 25 CFR section 169.110. The Resource and Development Committee is hereby waiving the compensation for this right of way with the understanding that the New Mexico Department of Transportation will agree to pay the assessed compensation for the next 2 projects located on the Navajo Nation in _. 3, replace exhibit A with new exhibit A to reflect the following edits. 1, the terms of the right of way strike through shall be for 20 years. End of strike. Specific in the right of way application shall be strike through beginning, end of strike through on the date of the right of way is granted by the Secretary of the Interior _ and shall continue as long as the easement is used by the New Mexico Department of Transportation for public highway activities. Public highway activities is defined as follows: A, highway design; B, highway construction; C, highway maintenance; D, management of access to and from the highway and driveway permits; E, fence construction and repairs; F, accommodation and utilities; G, installation of traffic control devices, implementation of traffic safety measures, management for traffic or public safety purposes, including road closure, establishment and posting of speed limits, and installation of fiber optic infrastructure for telecommunication purpose for the New Mexico Department of Transportation or local community uses. 8, monitor motor vehicle regulations, including weight, size, weight, and licensing. I, toll roads permits to use the right of way. J, management and issuance of permits for temporary closure of parade ceremonies and other similar uses for the application easement land, making a specific effort to reasonably accommodate tribal, religious, ceremonial, or other cultural purposes or activities. And K, management of enroachment, vending, and other similar unauthorized uses of the right of way. 2, renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other amendments which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Counsel is hereby authorized to make the necessary grammatical change. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is amendment number 1 read into the record.
Thank you for that, Rodney. So, members of the committee, we do have a motion and a second on amendments to legislation 203-24. Do we have any questions at this time? Going once, going twice with that, Rodney, I'd like to go ahead and call for roll call vote on amendment number 1.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for amendment number 1 to legislation number 0203-24. Honorable Shauna Claude, you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna Claude votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Ottoso, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Ottoso votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you for that, Rodney. So going back to the main motion for legislation 203-24, do we have any additional comments or questions, members of the committee? Okay, so with that, I'd like to go ahead and call for a roll call vote for legislation 203-24.
Madam Chair, members have already seen this as roll call vote for legislation number 0203-24. Honorable Shannon Cloud, vote.
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delga Ricknez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Great.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, motion carries. And again, I'd just like to thank Shadeja Honorable Karate and also Ms. Dana Garcia with now our New Mexico Department of Transportation for bringing this legislation here before us in regards to improving the road there on Highway 64, I believe it was. So thank you again, colleagues, for the amendment and also approving this legislation so that we can get New Mexico DOT to start on improving the road for our constituents and other travelers to Navajo Nation, improvements for them. Yeah. Okay, so with that, continuing our on our agenda, we go to item number 6, old business. We have none.
Appreciate it.
And then we go to item number 7, new business. And we go to update report from the Navajo Nation Broadband Office on Navajo Nation's broadband deployment plan and budget stated in CMY 2824 in the amount of $77,888,986. We do have presenters. Sonia Naz, who is Department Manager for Navajo Nation Broadband Office. And we have Mr. Bernardo Portella, CEO for Americas Communication. So if we could have the presenters, please take a seat up here for your 20 minutes presentation. And I believe, colleagues, there were handouts, or you haven't given your handouts, have you?
I don't know that.
Oh, Rodney emailed out the PowerPoint presentation that they will be presenting here. And it was this morning.
Yeah, we have an update.
He sent an updated one just now, and it is in a PDF file, PDH. Where did I get that?
Something that you might be doing some computing with. And there was a missing page there.
Get yours? All right, so we'll go ahead and allot 20 minutes for your presentation, starting at 12:30. Going over that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Jesus, and members of the, RDC. Appreciate you, having us, here again today to talk about broadband. What is near and dear to our hearts. And I'll show you something here, and maybe can we report it, really much to you. Although, what is it, Shado, here, and, here with Bernardo Portilla, and he says that you can say tortilla, but with the piece.
Oh,
That's what it is.
tortilla, okay.
It sounds exactly like tortilla with a P.
All right, thank you for. All right.
That's how I remember too, so. But, so here, to present, as we stated on the $77.8 million and without further ado, I'm gonna partner Bernardo, present.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, Delegate Honorable Madam Chair Jesus. Delegate Honorable Sergeant Casey Johnson. Delegate Honorable Madam Phil. Delegate Honorable. So, Speaker Phil, Delegate Honorable Martinez. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity for this update. On the previous session, we have did a presentation of PowerPoint to you all about the overall plan for the Navajo Nation. This plan is focused on the construction of the middle mile required in order to enable further projects such as these, with the state program to connect every household that is served and underserved to the internet, to do the physical connection. But unfortunately, the program does not cover for the middle mile. So that was has been our approach in order to an optimized use of the funding available. In addition to that, with this funding, we will be able to build infrastructure required for mobility services, because we do recognize, even though it's important to have broadband in our houses or community anchor institutions, it's also very important to have the mobility piece. And this infrastructure, as you probably say those issues all the time, it won't be possible that we let the private or the industry allow, because there's not a business case for building this infrastructure. So that's the biggest argument. Last time we were requested to have a detailed plan to cover the 77 million that's already allocated on the number. So we did so. We already had that one. The only issue that we had to do, it was prioritize what construction to go first. So we have divided the plan in what is called phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 will cover the 77.8 million already encumbered, and phase 2 will be the remainder to get to the 271 million that we eagerly and currently working on getting the additional fund. And to say phase 1, if you want to follow the document, we're not doing a presentation, we're just kind of presenting you guys with the document in which you can read it on your own pleasure. I think it will take a little bit more than 20 minutes to go through in the great level detail document, but I'm gonna go to the main things. Phase 1 encompasses the building of 36 telecommunication towers. These 36 telecommunication towers are towers that the Navajo Nation will be built for multi-tenant, which means several providers can be on the tower. Is a tower that also have a space for public safety, which is, as we all know, the main issue in the Navajo Nation. With the additional money, we also is gonna be able to build 325 miles of fiber. Out of the 325 miles of fiber, 25 will be dedicated to interconnect chapters that are missing. Right now, we have about 50% of the chapters connected to fiber, and the other ones are not. So our focus is to connect those chapters. The total plan for your, if you remember, or for your information, will encompass 78 towers and about 1,520 miles of fiber. So if we move to section 2, which kind of summarize again, what I just mentioned, the phase 1 will be able to cover the $77.8 million, and the whole phase 2 will be the remaining for a total of $71 million of investment on middle mile infrastructure. Section 2.1 shows the list of the towers, of the 36 first towers, what we call it the phase 1 priority, and we actually have put a priority on the towers construction. This is what we're expecting. The decision to go, one of the questions like how you guys decide on 36 towers. And it was a complex decision based on need, based on coverage area, and based on populations, right? It hasn't been, it's not a, let's say, political decision or anything. It's basically we're focusing on where the coverage is needed the most. Right? The estimated cost, this cost will cover the planning, the permitting, the engineering, the construction, installation, the operation and maintenance cost for the year 2030. And the cost for this one is 2.29 million and 565,000. Now, after year 2030, another question, what's going to happen? At that time, we're expecting for the towers to be self-sustained. Based on fees and based on revenue that the Navajo Nation will be able to capture from the tower co-location. Section 2.2 shows the fiber infrastructure. Phase 1, as I mentioned before, includes the construction of approximately 320 miles of fiber. Out of those 320 miles, 300 will be used to connect telecommunication towers. And the remaining 25 will be used to connect some of the chapters. The 300 miles that will connect the towers will be used for connecting existing towers that will require high capacity, and to connect the new towers, they will be replaced. The estimated cost will also cover for planning, permitting, engineering, construction, installation of the fiber, and operation maintenance to the year 2030. We were expecting again that this infrastructure will be self-sustained. The cost of this section will be in approximately $34.5 million. In addition of this funding of these two main elements, also the broadband office has committed to do another small project funding that we cannot let it go, and actually we had to fund it. Again, it's a small part of the funding. There's two projects that we're funding. One is a fixed wireless access network for DIT to improve the service in the areas of Microsoft for the clients as they need. They are, because of the lack of fiber infrastructure, they are having the need to offer the fixed wireless access. The good thing about this fixed access wireless will allow DIT to serve the entities that DIT provide IT support free of cost, per se. There will now be an MRC attached to certain deals like the FI office, the future building here that you can see underneath it just before you enter this community. Some other sports centers, some micro chapters, some other entities, right? This project is expected to has an estimated cost of $250,000. And the remaining of the money to complete the $870,000 approximately gonna be used for E-rate funding. Mrs. Lioness has been kind of supporting E-rate lately. That was kind of her endeavors. And with this funding, we're gonna be supporting the fiber construction of the chapter library. It's a co-share. It's not the whole thing. The nomination need to provide a support that one. And as well as the computers, the software and the hardware for running this program. The RFP for the DRT project has been released. It was released on September the 3rd. And it will respect the full implementation the first quarter of 2025. We can go on the level of detail at the end of the document. There is a very explanatory Gantt chart with this kind of information, and we will get there. Once again, the funding objectives, as we mentioned, were basically in a nutshell providing the foundation for future 5G and big houses. And of course, the ongoing support for your rate growth. Section 4 kind of shows a little bit more level of detail what we mentioned, also for easy understanding and easy reading, the budget allocation, what we a little bit more level with the type of infrastructure, the data transfer via fiber, the chapter connectivity, and in section 4.4. We're showing a summarized version of the full plan budget, which includes 7 towers, 1,260 miles fibers to towers, and 269 miles of fiber to chapters for a total budget of 271 million. But in the next page, probably does something that it was missing on our last presentation, is the budget summary for phase 1, right? With high level of detail. In terms of the quantity, is being kind of broken down on 36 towers. That's the estimated cost of every tower with all the components that I mentioned. The fiber to the tower with an average cost of $105,000. The fiber to the chapter, same way. The permitting for the towers, right? Even though we're working with land department and other Navajo entities on how we're gonna reduce that burden to the Navajo Nation, but we need to still include it for the budgetary purposes. Permitting and right of way for fiber as well has been included. And the operation and maintenance for the towers for year 2030 and fiber for year 2030. There's a retail profit and loss addendum that can be available for you guys. They call for the small project, the DIT, the 275,000, and they raise support. And now, because I'm not sure, I'm pretty sure you guys have been working on these high projects, right? Also, we have to consider a contingency fund, which is approximately 10%. We have to consider an administrative cost for a total of $73.4 million. And of course, we can never forget our Navajo tax. So now
6%.
it's always for this 6% for the total of 77.8. Again, it just kind of a note the size says it includes contingency funds, administrative and purchasing costs, operation maintenance, and Navajo tax. Section 5 is a highlight of the RFP timelines that we require because of the amount of money. Of course, everything has to be RFP. A draft for tower RFP was released on May 6th for public comment. We received some very good information from providers and tower builders and the industry in general. The final DIT RFP was released on September the 3rd. The final tower RFP was released this week on September 16th. We're expecting the fiber RFP estimated release date November 15th. And the proposed conference date will be December 31st for towers and February 27, 2025 for fiber. Section 6 is a small comment about an exclusion. We're expecting that the Navajo Nation doesn't charge the Navajo Nation for like something like PSS. We're expecting that is waived. Because otherwise we're gonna be back money from one pocket to the other with 6% less. Section 7 is kind of important now about regulatory deployment policy. This is something that the land department has been spearheading and we've been supporting a little bit in terms of tower regulations and other fiber regulation. But on our sense, we're working on an interim policy in order to allow the fast deployment of the infrastructure. Section 8 mentioned about the maps. We're presenting some maps. I understand the maps are on this document. It will not be clearly seen, but you guys have a soft copy. Well, we'll also be happy to provide a e-size map for a much better identification. And we can put those maps on any way you want, by agency, by delegate, whatever kind of information request that you have, we will be happy to do it. That was it. The first map, it shows the existing infrastructure of towers and fiber in the Navajo Nation. The second map shows specifically phase 1, showing only the 36 towers and the 320 miles of fiber. Phase 3, it shows the full plan. Figure 5, shows a combination map of the current infrastructure in place, proposed infrastructure that is actually in progress, and future infrastructure. Section 9 is mention about the RFP tower list. Is showing Annex 2, a list of the 78 towers we're building. We also wanted to show you guys in section 10, which is the milestone and the schedule, right? This milestone is mostly, it's kind of a high level of the things that we're doing, right? It's not a Gantt chart. There's a Gantt chart here, but what I wanted to show is mainly the activities that the team, in addition with the support of delegates and the support with some of our divisions and with the support of the land department, lab, and NTRC we're doing. So we're still working on the initial planning, talking to service providers, doing community outreach. We're hoping by the first quarter 2026 start construction. So we're working right now on RFP. We're working on establishing a specific strategic partnership, because once again, it's telecommunication is not something that no matter how much money we have, we can do it. The only way that we can do it is we have an unlimited amount of money that we can bring input technology and import talent from the outside. Because unfortunately, providing internet is not something that we can, it's not a commodity that we can buy and sell it. So these are kind of the main tasks we're doing. Again, one of the biggest focuses how we can support BEAD and 5G. It's important. So we have Teresa Hopkins, she is the main point of contact for the BEAD program. Which we're hoping, even though we're having a lot of doubts about BEAD, about issues with BEAD, the timing and issues like that, we're hopefully we can go over those hurdles. Team Allison, as I mentioned, initial planning, community outreach has been, in a way, that's probably one of the most important things that we have done. We have had probably about 27 meetings with community and public entities in which we can actually share the plan, and we have shared the struggle for the Navajo. So Sonia actually sent me an email last night, was very good, because one of the congressman, senator from New Mexico is trying to reach, he says, hey guys, first time I heard this, I would like to see it more. So we're scheduling meetings with them, and because I think it's one of the things that we have got to make sure people can hear us. A very important milestone, the adoption of telecom regulation. Again, the base of this is the construction of towers and fiber. The Navajo Nation, we were working with the 3 states, New Mexico, Utah, and Arizona. We were able to include the Navajo Nation as a key selection team for providers in BEAD. You know, the BEAD money is not going to the Navajo Nation, the BEAD money is going to service providers, but the Navajo Nation is gonna have a key decision-making on that process, which is, I think is a great accomplishment for the team. Again, we're gonna be supporting implementation of BEAD. And very, very important, trying to work out strategic partnerships. This is kind of the first time we have been talking to first tier 1 carriers. We have been talking to all the regional providers, and we're talking in an amicable way, where, you know, we're kind of, in the past, the industry have seen the Navajo Nation like a barrier, a blocking, and right now I think we're overcoming that issue. We're talking with Starlink. We're actually very convinced that satellite service is something that's going to be a very good thing for the Navajo Nation, right? So we're kind of attacking all those angles. Section B, I'm not going to spend much of the time. We will talk about a lot about the justification of the investment. I think we all know how broadband is, or why broadband is so important, but we wanted to leave it in the plan as an important section. So we can move forward, move ahead to the section of the annexes. The first annex are the maps. The first map, Annex 1, map, so figure 1, shows the existing infrastructure for fiber and tower. Again, one of the key things is that we have been able to get this information from inventories, from service providers, and so everybody can see it. This information is available on the website from Sonia, so anybody can see it, right? And this is what the Navajo Nation has, which is important. I always have said that in order to know where you're going, you need to know where you are. And this is going to give us that information. Figure 2 shows us the phase 1 deployment. This is the plan. This is the plan for the $77.8 million. Okay. Figure 3 shows the full plan. If and when we get the additional funding, this is how the Navajo Nation will be able to deploy. And last but not least, figure 4, it shows the combination of all. This is what we are expecting to have by year 2030. Annex 2 shows the tower plan, and it shows divided by phase. Phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 is $78 million, and phase 2 is the remaining. For your information, about 60% of the coverage improvement is obtained with phase 1. So it's kind of significant. And Annex 3, this is something I live by this. For instance, someone showed me the document. This is probably the most important part of the document, because it shows, okay, all the steps that we're following to make this happen. When this comes, so this is kind of, I always have it internally when I think this is my accountability. This is what I'm being judged for, right? So hopefully we have a 1 quarter of cushion. We always have to have a cushion, which is we left it like the last quarter of 2020, the last semester of 2030. But our idea is to finish everything on the first semester of 2025. Thank you so much.
Great. You did meet your 20 minutes,
Right on.
time. Thank you. Thank you, Bernardo, and also Sonia for your report. Members of the committee, may I get a motion to accept the report? Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second? Chair Nance. Colleagues, do we have any questions for the report that was presented? As you may recall, at the last regular RDC meeting, we wanted a more detailed, plan in regards to how the $77.8 million of the ARPA money was going to be spent. And today, the presenters here provided a thorough outline of the chapter communities that would be involved in this development in regards to, number one, the tower infrastructure, and also the fiber infrastructure and other project funding that was showed here to us, and also looking at the bigger plan in regards to the deployment that Navajo Nation Broadband Office has here. So with that, I believe the team here fulfilled the request that Resources and Development Committee was looking at. And they also have a outlined project schedule, pretty much showing these particular milestones, deliverables that are supposed to be met with the timeline through a project Gantt chart. So with that, I don't know if that's enough. Honorable Clark, and then Honorable Speaker So.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and then those that are online listening, as well as those in attendance here. Mr. Portilla
Yes,
and
perfect.
Ms. Nez, thank you for the information here. So I am looking at RFP 24-07-3432 GC. And in here, this is posted on the website, as you mentioned. One of the questions I have is regarding the RFP will be managed by the broadband office, is what I'm reading. So if you could clarify that portion. And why this plays a really significant part is that when these towers are constructed, as we know, you said that the co-location pay will be done based on a schedule. So right now, broadband office does not have that capability. So that's the first inconsistency I heard in the report. The second part is, I also wanted to find out, you did mention there's going to be 36 towers, and those are based on the need base across the reservation. And in here, it looks like it will be most of the Western agency. And I'm okay with that. I do see on the map that they do not have any communication towers there. But you did put in here operation and maintenance as part of your report. However, you did not explain the ownership of the towers. So if you could explain that more, because that O&M will be perpetual. It won't be for a certain amount of years. And so if you could also explain the ownership of those towers. In addition to that, when we're talking about the middle mile build out, on the map that you did attach is the existing fiber and also the overall telecommunication infrastructure. So right now, we have the green areas, and in the western part, there is a gap there. But I was hoping to see a different color for the 36 proposed towers. I don't know if you can clarify that on your map as well. And then also, you did mention regarding the towers, that they will have their. It'll be shovel ready, basically. So the right of way. And all of that will be taking place with the minerals department, and I didn't see that on your timeline here of when you will be conducting those. So that's the only thing that I didn't see, so if you could explain that as well. And then also, just looking at the report, I would say this is a B+ report compared to the last time we got it, but it's still lacking some information that I'm looking for. So I'll go ahead and turn it back over, Madam Chair, go ahead.
Shane, thank you, Honorable Honorable Claudia. Honorable classification. Okay, Honorable Speaker, so.
Thank you very much for your report, Mr.
Right.
Tortilla.
Replace the T with the P.
Chair.
Tortilla.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, I don't want to butcher your name.
No worries.
So, one is that,
Yes.
back to the, is this amount of funding that is appropriated still tied to K count, or is it now general fund? That's number one. The other is that I was looking at the portion of the, number 6. Land right away lease fee and operating expense.
Okay.
I think the, with what's stated on here, costs do not account for land lease and fees and right of way assessments. And, but the nation, does assess those fees. And I think that more dialogue with the nation needs to happen, not with the community, but indirectly with the Glad offer. And to, because I believe there's a certain assessment fee that's in place right now. And we just need to make sure that communication is there, and I guess the entity is moving to get waivers, you need to start that discussion early. That way, we're not at the last minute, like addressing that kind of legislation when it's here and things like that. So, get those discussion, in a conversation piece with, Glad offer. And, also, minerals came to the, if we're gonna lay any fiber in, because, there too, that again, at the end of the day, we are charged to make sure that, we are charged with, generating revenue from the nation, and that's where we're at. The next thing, in a couple of years, when the COVID money goes away, we're gonna be actually seeing a reality-ness of of the impact of the coal royalty not coming in with that. And you're gonna see general funds at maybe appropriated at 150 million or something like that, maybe, or, we're gonna see a comprehensive budget or the revenue projection is only like 140 million. Today, we were up at the 200 million. And then beyond that, but what I'm getting to is that that day's coming. And we have to prepare for that, and I think that all avenues need to be exhausted. Just as we addressed the legislation prior to your report here pertaining to the state of New Mexico. So get those dialogues with land department and whatever needs to happen, you guys need to start working on that piece. The other is as the build out happens and you're gonna be taking I guess right away. as an O and M later into the future, how will this project sustain itself? Is Navajo, Nation Telecommunication Commission Office, gonna be looking at structuring payments for the usage of these fiber strands and these towers. Because you know, at home, I have Starlink. And Starlink's good. Doesn't give me any problems. And I need internet, takes off, it's goes, it doesn't get mad at me or anything, doesn't. I had NTUA would go down almost every week.
Yeah.
And it was a hassle, you're on the call, you call somebody and we'll wait and get to you, we'll get back to you, service person will call, so forth. But that was more of what I experienced. And just want to see how that's gonna be taken care of if service calls are gonna be addressed. Are they gonna be talking to a machine like NTUA? And you know, where's the service person? Do you have the service techs that's gonna be actually providing the technical or to fix the lines if, say, if a washout happens and the line's broken, or if there's a power outage and it fries the whole electrical circuit board there, because it happened near my home with NTUA. The tower, we were sitting there with the tower there and the lightning struck and it fried that circuit break, and there's no phone service and there was no internet service for about 3 days. Until they came back in with the crane and pick up something on top, take it off, replace it, go back down, replace the line, replace the circuit board. Took about 3 days, and that's what I'm getting to. Who will be working on O and M and maintaining these lines? Or is it gonna be transferred over to NTUA? Because, I don't know, just those mechanisms that I'm thinking about. The other is that, as you indicate, that to connect every chapter house and every maybe home, I don't know. But what is that, what is that vision? Because we know that resources are gonna be needed. The other is that on the western boundary of the Navajo Nation, we have the state of Arizona and the county, County, wanting to bring fiber to the city of Page. That's basically where it's going. They have to come through Navajo. Yeah, but they're saying, oh, we're gonna bring fiber optic to the Navajo people. So, how is that dialogue with other entities? Because the state has that project. What's that project where they're bringing the fiber in along the interstates? So state of Arizona brought fiber up from southern Arizona all the way up to on I-17 into Flagstaff. But that's to expand fiber. But I believe that's where the county is banking on to bring that fiber continuing all the way up to the community of Page. But we're gonna have another service company in the area providing services, and I'm just wondering, as looking at your map, shows that you have some green movement going on there, or blue. It's like blue. Yeah, there in Cameron and Green Mountain's probably a tower, it looks like, and then the junction. Probably a junction there, or it looks like it's Cameron. That's gonna have another fiber and.
That's Cameron, yeah.
Yeah,
And that's in Cameron.
with a line going toward Grand Falls, it looks like it's Grand Falls. But into that, or Tanani Lake, right at the southern southwestern boundary of the 1882 executive order. But that's just my thought of it, and is there gonna be any sort of conflict if the state brings up their side through the nation, if the nation approve this? But, I'm opposed to the state of Arizona's right of way request and, so forth. But again, we want to keep everything, equally, treat everybody equally. Because already if someone's gonna say, we're a fighter entity and how come you're treating this entity different than us? You know, and that's what we're getting to, and that still ties to the issue about policing and right of way fees and things like that. But, you know, it brings revenue to the nation. And that's where my thought is. Then the other, I do agree that, you know, public safety, we need to continue to support. The system for it in the name of public safety and public health and, the items or areas that addresses the public. Because, you know, we have tourists, as an example, there was an accident there on Highway 89 and, apparently jurisdiction, there's jurisdiction issue, but it comes out to, you know, service area. At times you don't have, service area, and then certain area, you know, our people on the roads may have different carriers, just like T-Mobile. Some people, years ago, T-Mobile was a big hit and everybody know T-Mobile, and after T-Mobile and Cellular One got mad at each other and this, T-Mobile and the T-Mobile phone was, didn't work. So, that's what I mean, it's just that, even for me driving from a community into Winter Rock. As I come through the, coal mine and I'll hit Hopi Mesas, I will have run into service area, I'll drop, get on call, I'll drop, get back on, I drop. So if it's a call that I'm on, you have to take the longer route through from a community to Flagstaff and onto I-40 just to stay on the call. Because I'm spending more time trying to recall back, putting my numbers in and then driving over here and so forth and trying to get to Windrock here. But that's a lot of our colleagues run into that. So those are just some of my concerns and my input pertaining to this. But I look forward to seeing how this would move forward. The other is the indirect communication with the chapter. Don't send the janitor over to the chapter to tell them that, oh, you're gonna get fiber, and this janitor does not know the ins and outs about the project. You make sure you send individuals that are knowledgeable in this. And again, it goes back to when things are stated at the chapter level, it really gives them hope. Really gives them a lot of hope, and I really hate it when the programs do that. At the end of the day, programs don't deliver their deliverables. And it just kills the momentum, and that's the reason why you have people really dissatisfied with the government. And that's just my 2 cents pertaining to that. Again, thank you for your report versus what was presented a couple months ago. So anyway, with that, and thank you. I don't want it. So thank you very much. Yeah.
No, thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Speaker. So next, I'd like to go ahead and give it to my colleagues, Honorable Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, thank you for your report, your presentation. I'm really delighted to see that where Western's gonna be brought into the light of fiber, taken out of the dark ages. It does. I mean, fiber makes a difference, you know, rather than a tower. And again, a lot of my districts are gonna be served, you know, and really. Really glad that they're gonna get some. Stability, you know. In the internet and everything, and so just want to state that. To our presenters, so, thank you, John.
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to the presenters for questions that were asked by Honorable Qua and also Speaker Sonia or either Bernardo. I don't know if you want to go ahead and get some of those responses going. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the REC. I think first I want to address, also question about the Kane County and the general funds. And if I could, have time to, attorney, is that? Madam Chair?
Sure. Department of Justice, right?
Yes, the-
Okay. Could you go ahead and please state your name and the department you're with?
Thank you for having me. My name is Malcolm Pizarro. I'm an attorney with the Human Rights Services government unit with DOJ or the Department of Justice. As far as the question regarding whether the money is tied to a pay account or it's moved over. As far as I know, the money must be deobligated by OMB and the FRF office and then has to be recaptured and moved to the revenue replacement reserve, that is yet to be established. So the money still has to be moved over to another account
So your general funds. basically.
in the general.
So, okay, Speaker, so technically, the 77.8 million does have a K count number, is that accurate?
Advocate.
I'll have to reach out to my colleague now.
The reason why we had asked broadband office to come back was we weren't too sure if this was still a part of the enabling legislation and where there's a deadline that's still tied to it for it to be encumbered by this November 1st. Or if it was put into the general fund with the revenue, the RRR account. So technically, that's the clarification we need. So that's the reason why, if it has to be encumbered by November 1st, I know that broadband office had to, you know, kind of work fast to get those funds encumbered to secure a contract and whatnot. So that was the purpose of getting the report here today. So how soon do you think you'll be able to give us a response?
So thank you for the clarification, Chair. At this point, there will be no deadlines associated with the money to broadband, the 77.8 million. Those will come after, or the funding will come to broadband after. So once that happens, the money is no longer tied to the department deadlines. So the November 1st deadline. Broadband office is not required.
Okay. So, Shiaj, Speaker, so, I believe these funds were transferred over into the general funds. So, 77.8 million. Okay, all right, so you can go ahead and continue.
Mr. Castillo,
Okay, thank you so
you got
much.
all the awesome answers.
I'm gonna try to go through all the questions, make sure you guys can interrupt me anytime. I truly believe in dialogue, so anything that I'm not responding accordingly to the question, make sure you can interject, please. So I'm gonna try to, I think I wrote down all the questions, so I'm gonna go kind of on the order that I have. Madam Chair asked about the clarity of the tower color. Yeah, unfortunately, because of the size of the map on the document is not, but if you see it online, they said this thing, you can actually distinguish that there's 2 shades of blue. We can change it to any color you guys want, or you prefer. Well, one of my engineers who was working on this is colorblind. So sometimes, but there's two shades of color there on the map. If you see the digital copy, you will clearly identify which ones are which one on phase one or phase two. Okay, that was one. There was another question about the right of way is not in the timeline. If you follow the Gantt chart. And again, this is another issue with the size of the document, but on the Gantt chart, we have a timeline for that. So that has been included.
So is it under the design, planning and compliance section of your Gantt chart?
It's on the design plan and compliance section. It's item number 4, site acquisition, land consent, lease permitting for new towers and fiber.
Yeah, because the letter here is so tiny, we
It is,
really
so
need
that-
to.
literally, this Gantt chart is an e-size document, so if you open the digital copy, you can clearly see it.
Okay, it is there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that will be covered. The other question is whether or not the RFP is gonna be managed by the urban office. Yes, the RFP is gonna be managed by the urban office, unless there is a better mechanism that the Navajo Nation can use. At this point, that is how it's going to be done. There was a question about the inconsistency about the broadband office does not have the capability for operational management. Yeah, we do recognize that. And that's what we have budget for it, allocated for it, whether or not a broadband office has to increase the capabilities, or these capabilities can be done, can give it to any other department of the Navajo Nation, or can be professionally outfitted, somebody else, be an RFP for managing. Just want to make sure that I think on one of the questions the honorable delegate saw, there was a misunderstanding about services. The Navajo Nation Broadband Office, and actually that's one of the first questions that we discussed, a lot of the first topics that we discussed a lot when we started the Digital Equity Initiative. So we got feedback whether or not the Navajo Nation should be a service provider, right? And we kind of went over a lot on the pros and cons, and definitely was decided that the Navajo Nation is not in the best way, at least the Navajo Nation as the government, right? As the government entity. No, I'm not talking about the Navajo Nation as a free enterprise or like that. So we do understand that the Navajo Nation is not pretending to be a service provider. What the Navajo Nation with this project is doing is fulfilling that hole of the lack of infrastructure that is required to promote the broadband and 5G entrance in the Navajo Nation. We're not trying to be a service provider. We're just trying to build the tower like Honorable Delegate Johnson say in the Western area because nobody went. Up to this point, the Navajo Nation has not had any saying in terms of the fate of the Navajo people for telecommunication. That's only been reliant on what the service providers are being offered and what the service provider have been able to get from grants and different programs from the state, local, or federal programs, right? So that's what we're doing. So that's how cellular service was implemented in the Navajo Nation per the subsidized lifeline. That's how broadband was brought in the Navajo Nation through the ACP program. Right now, we're saying, okay, nobody will build fiber or towers in the Western area. The Navajo Nation with the funding that they have, and they've been able to save after reallocation during the ARPA time, it says we're gonna build infrastructure and we're gonna incentivize service providers to do that. There is a mandate program, which is BEAD, and BEAD, one of the things that when we met with HCA, BEAD said, if I don't have a tower there, or the service provider doesn't have a tower, what BEAD is gonna suggest to put there is a satellite link. Right, because for infrastructure development, satellite is the least expensive, no matter where you see it. The problem with satellite is a recurring cost. So those are all of these topics and aspects have been taken into account. So yes.
So in regards to Honorable Claw's question regarding the 36 towers with your proposed $77.8 million. The question Honorable Claw had question was the ownership I guess if you can just give more clarification on, to the committee.
Sure.
If that's gonna be RFP'd out to get a service provider to take ownership of those towers, or how's that process gonna go?
It's actually a very interesting topic about and probably is an item to discussion and is probably a workshop. We can do a lot about this. What we are promoting here with this program, the Digital Equity Initiative team, in addition to the OPVP, Broadband Office, NTRC, we're promoting Navajo ownership. That's what we're promoting. However, we're leaving in kind of an entry door for partnerships. Even on the RFP, if you read sections of the RFP, we are stating specifically that we're finding people, let's call it very simplistic. I'm a very simplistic guy, but we're finding people to build towers for the Navajo Nation. So we're gonna be having 36 or 78 towers that the Navajo Nation is gonna fund for somebody else to build it. Under the supervision of the Navajo Nation, under the technical guidance of the Navajo Nation, under the help from the Navajo Nation entities such as Land Department, DNR, RDC, anybody that has a say on it, right? But initially that. However, let's say we're open to, if there's a partner, there's a suitable partner, in which the suitable partner comes to the Navajo Nation and says, hey, can we do this? Can we do a revenue sharing? Can we do this? And I'm willing to fund the project, right? I am willing to provide service in kind or in exchange for them. We're willing to everything. We're open to anything that way. But if nothing happens, this infrastructure is gonna be on for the Navajo Nation. If you wanna think about something that is actually happening quite a bit in the Navajo Nation, I am glad, Airbnb. You know, Navajo people is actually coming out with these small houses, tiny homes, put in a Monument Valley, in which they own that house, but they are charging people to own the house. So that is the very basic premise. So the Navajo Nation will all own this infrastructure, and it will not come out with the ways for that, for service providers to be using that infrastructure. And again, the key thing about this is the BEAD program, because the BEAD program is gonna ensure those towers are being used. Now, I also have the disclaimer, and I always say when we do these communities outreach. During the BEAD program, we may, one of the risks, if you go to this page, the last section is called risk management, because we talk about that every time. And it starts now and ends at the end of the project, because there is a risk that we may not have a service provider willing to participate on BEAD. Because the service providers are gonna have a lot of money to do infrastructure on the last mile section, right? But there is no money to subsidize service. There's no ACP anymore. Now, the service provider, there's actually a huge topic going on right now. The BEAD program is requesting service to provide to have a very low cost solution, which I believe is been set to $30. And most of the service providers already said, I'm out. I cannot offer a $30 service because it's an obligation, right? They said there's no way. We were talking to Delegate Casey in his area. There's a section that is 110 households. And we need an investment of about $10 million for that section. Right? No service provider. The only person that might be able to do that is Elon Musk, because he can spend money on whatever he wants. But we will not have the support from the Verizon, from the T-Mobile, from the Frontiers, anybody else, because this is impossible, right? And that's what that's the kind of one of the merits of this effort. We're kind of funding that $10 million that nobody else will. But even with that, there has been a service provider right now. There is an award given in New Mexico for, I believe it's $60 million, something of that nature. And the service providers are saying, sorry, thank you, but we're not taking it. Because of the issue is not sometimes even the infrastructure money. is how you're gonna run that. I share this information because I worked in the industry for a while. It costs anywhere from $40,000 to $70,000 to run the cellular side per year. Right? So if, when you put this, all these financial numbers, it's difficult, And people in Navajo are leaving, they're not staying because of the lack of services, the lack of opportunity, the lack of job. There was a question about, one of the functions of the Navajo Nation right now is to improve because of the missing on the mines and all this money that was coming here, they're not coming anymore. We as Navajo Nation, part of the government, are in the function to create revenue, right? And unfortunately, sometimes people say, well, we need to create a lot of revenue out of this telecommunication infrastructure. Yeah, we should have some revenue out of that, but I don't think the revenue has to be out because that revenue creation, the true revenue creation of broadband is one of the main factors of economic development. And that's the key. And for you guys that probably have worked on economic development, there's a concept about the multiplying factor of economic development. The multiplying factor is a factor when you create a job in a location, you have a factor of 3x to 10x, depends on the level of the job that will bring revenue to the area. For low-paid jobs, sometimes it's even as low as 1x. Sometimes it's 2x, but for a high-paid job, like a technical job, like a IT job, like a creatable content, things like that, that can be done online, it could be as big as 10x. What does it mean? If you have a salary of $50,000, you literally bring into the economy $500,000 a year. That is the multiplying factor. This is an economic concept that is this, right? One of the things that we're saying about the waivers. I appreciate your advice and we will take your advice by heart. We're going to be working with that. We actually working right now with land department and GLAD on how to go about it. But one of the things that and that's, even though I'm a really technical guy in terms of telecom, what I'm passionate about is economic development. We're hoping that even the implementation of this infrastructure creates economic development. We're going to have a peak of jobs in tower installation, right? We're going to be working with the educational department, creating trade opportunities for training. I have a company and I build infrastructure, right? I have built infrastructure now for years and years. I have been trying to find Navajo talent. It's difficult. And one of the difficulties is most of the talent that works in telecommunication probably has been because are related to the IT department or NTUA or Sacred Winds or SBI. It's all local, right? There's not a huge creation of those talents. And we're hoping that we can contribute to that one. On the Digital Equity Initiative, we have one of the stages of this one. This is a small section of what we're planning on doing, but one of the stages about how we can improve the economic development. So that's where we see the true value more than collecting revenue for leases and rent is coming from the economic development factor. Let me see. Ownership that we went over. I think I have one for all the questions. I'm not sure, Honorable Delegate Fly, if you still have a question, I would be happy to answer.
Just a real quick one. She had asked if these 36 towers were even shoveled ready.
To a certain point they are, because when you build towers, right, there's a very deep engineering study has been done. So for instance, the tower location you have right now is called a search ring. A search ring is a definition of an area in which the tower will be providing the best service. It's a suitable location. However, when you go to the tower construction, you have some certain engineering time and it's here, it's shown here, right? There's a certain engineering time in which you actually got to go to the field. Got to figure out, okay, this is the area. You may find issues with a corner of an area that you have to move half a mile down the way or a quarter mile down the way. You probably have an issue with the road crossing and things like that. So they are not shovel ready in terms that, do we have a chapter resolution? Do we have a land user consent? Do we have a soil report? Do we have a legal survey? Do we have a BCRF and CRCF? Do we have NEPA, SHPO, FONSI? No, but everything is included here in the time.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to Arnold Claw for follow-up questions.
Thank you. Thank you. So, okay, based from what I heard now, and I'm looking at this RFP here, I think your RFP is misleading. The reason why is that we're talking about the 77.8 million. The remaining amount has not been obligated or by the council. Therefore, let me go back to your RFP right here. In here, it states that there are 76 multi-tenant telecommunication towers. So you're asking these people that are bidding 76 towers. So now that's incorrect. That's where I'm saying they should only be focusing on the 77.8 million. So, and then the other question I have is, I believe that RDC and the council are the only ones that can give the authority for possible partnership recommendations. And then going back in your RFP, and then, okay, let me go back to your timeline. So your timeline says 2030. That's pretty much when everything's gonna be complete. And I want to ask you, when does your contract expire? Because I think that it might be expiring soon. I don't have any details of that. This was a contract by OPBP. We have NNTRC, the commissioners that are being appointed. We have one that is still sitting here, Mr. Nelson. We need to be informed of what the broadband office, OPBP, as well as the council is working on. So have you been working with the commissioners is one other question that I have. And then also thinking about your sales tax, you said the successful proposer must include the Navajo Nation 6% sales tax within their cost proposal and be responsible for remitting the tax to the Navajo Nation. But then on your budget here, you also have it listed here within the 77.8, and you have the Navajo Nation sales tax at $4,408,810.53. So if you could explain that duplication, so that we're understanding and I'm reading it correctly. And then in addition to that, I'm gonna go back to the design and engineering, and I do see schematics attached within the RFP. And in here, we put the burden on broadband office. And I just want to know if we have anyone in the broadband office that are engineers and licensed. Because I think that in order to mitigate liability and also just to stay in compliance, we do need to have that discussion as well. So those are some of the things, and your RFP is open up till October 31st. And again, I see some of the discrepancy in your RFP. And I just don't want to mislead anyone that is submitting these proposals. In addition to that, I think as RDC, and then as a council, the overall council needs to have the discussion on those 36 towers. They should remain in ownership by the Navajo Nation. They are the ones constructing it. And to me, they're not for sale. Those are things that belong to the Navajo Nation. If they're putting it 100% funded, then it stays under the Navajo Nation. So, but in order for them to use the Navajo Nation towers, then that would open up another discussion as to how that would be done. But part-time ownership, that's not feasible. So that's some of the things that I wanted to address before the committee here. And so if I could get clarification on those answers and provided the answers, I appreciate it. Thank you.
The question you had, Honorable Claude. So I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to the presenters for questions that were posed here by Honorable Claude.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clara, for the questions. Yeah, we personally don't think that 36 or 38 towers is misleading, because what we're trying to do, building 36 towers, 78 towers is a big effort, right? It's a major effort.
No. Let me go back. Okay, so in your RFP, I said that you stated 76 towers.
Correct.
You don't have enough money for 76 towers.
Understood.
So I'm just saying, we need to put the factual picture out there for those that are gonna build the 36. Because right now you have the money for the 36 towers.
Right.
So the RFP should read for the 36. If and when you are allowed to get more funding, then you should put another RFP for the remaining towers. Did I make myself clear? That's where I'm
Okay.
saying this is misleading when I'm reading this.
Right.
Because these people that are gonna be submitting, they're gonna submit it for 76 towers. And that's not fair to them, because what you said, you're asking for, I believe, if they have more than one tower, then you're asking them for some in-kind, the scope of work. And then on here, I see landscaping and fencing. So if you could remind whoever put that monopine or monopole in front of the president's office and right by our Veterans Park to put a fence around it, I'd appreciate that. Because that says it in here, landscaping and fencing. So we do need to keep them held to their standards. If that's what they're putting in the RFP, then we need to keep that up. So in here, that's the question that I have, is that we only have the funding for 36. So this RFP should be for the 36. And then again, on your contract, because I'm not sure if broadband office is ready to take on, and that would be a question for Sonia. Once your contract expires, and this is why we really need our young people, our Navajo people, to be put in these management positions. There should be somebody sitting right alongside you that knows what you're doing, so that when your contract expires, we have a new person coming in and they take over and they're familiar with it. But at this point, I don't see any of that, and that's very unfortunate. Because Navajo Nation business opportunity should apply to everything. And that's where we start getting our experts in. And so hopefully one day we'll have a Navajo Nation expert in this field. So I'll go ahead and turn it back over to you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Again, thank you, Shadeja, Honorable Claude, and to the presenters. The purpose of why Honorable Claude is bringing up the accuracy of the RFP is that it has to be parallel with the current funding of the 77.8 million. So when you get proposal submission, it will be for that dollar amount rather than overestimating the cost, and you don't even have those funds identified or committed yet to Navajo Nation Broadband Office, and that's going to create a big misleading of information to whoever's going to be submitting proposals. So again, we have to be mindful. So that is a great, valid argument that my colleague is bringing up, and that's just wanted to mention that as well. So I'll go ahead and yield the floor back over to you for additional responses to the questions that Honorable Claude had posed.
No, I definitely see your point, Honorable Delegate Clark, there's trying to think we're gonna take that into account. Okay. The next question about the partnership, everything that we're doing here is not, we're not taking steps lightly. That's one of the reasons we are here, right? We've been trying to work with all the divisions of the government and delegates. We've been trying to be very close. I think this is the time that the Navajo Nation has been more inclusive in terms of bringing all the stakeholders into the discussion. Definitely, everything is not a decision of the broadband office or the NTRC. We're working with NTRC, we're working with the land department, we're trying to work with GLAD very closely. So any kind of decision or any kind of path forward for the successful implementation of infrastructure that we're focusing on the people. Everything that we do is for the people. We're not thinking too much on the industry, even though we need the industry. We're focused on the people because once again, I want to reiterate, if we don't follow this, if we don't do this, there are areas in the Navajo Nation that will never, ever have service unless there's a private purchase of a satellite, because satellites everywhere. That's just that. So yeah, so anything that we target, one of the things that the Cloud said that we're not willing to give up ownership. No, actually, on the first presentation that I did back in my first presentation in conjunction with Sonia back in January, that is when we introduced that concept, which was a very controversial concept, by the way. When we introduced telecommunication infrastructure owned by Navajo, everybody said, no way. That was kind of the response for everybody, right? Little by little, we've been able to tell the people that makes sense. We don't need experts right now because we don't have the expert, right? But we're trying to build that one. That's my team, for instance, is formed by Navajo. Navajos work with me. One of the best, or the most knowledgeable persons in telecom, who was a division director at NTRC, is Teresa Hopkins. She's probably one of the key people on telecom in Navajo. And as soon as I got this endeavor, I jumped into this. I called Teresa and says, I cannot do it without you, right? And I have to steal Teresa from Sector Wind, by the way, but because I really need it. But our idea, and that is the reason we're working with Sonia. One of the things that Sonia has mentioned to us is that she appreciates the fact that we share. We probably could be from Chandler or from, I have an engineer supported from Canada. Right, we can probably be there. I'm not showing up ever here. Like probably one of your contractors, I think very Bridge has never come to the nation or very few. Right? No, we're here every week. We're talking to people, we're training people, we're finding some of the, there's a local company called NTS in Vernon Livingstone, very young, talented now. We're working with Vernon pretty much on every project that we can get. It's like, hey, Vernon, you gotta learn this, you gotta learn tower construction, you gotta learn this because this is happening to you. So we're trying to work with people. And to be honest, for instance, yeah, my contract expires at the end of 2026 by the term of Dr. Niger, President Niger. I have that very clear that I'm not gonna be here after 2026, even though I have been in the Navajo Nation since 2003. And I love Navajo Nation. Sometimes I have a personal attachment to this more than anything, right? I have made the decision even before the contract that I won't be here. And I don't know what would happen. Maybe, I don't know, I might find a partner. That things should change, right? But right now, that's my point is, yeah, I'm totally engaged on the fact that this is something that Navajo should do. We're talking to the president of the office that broadband should be a division. Broadband should not be a small office with 2 or 3 people. Broadband is one of the most important topics for any kind of And this is something that, is not only the Navajo Nation that broadband was not important. Every tribe, every state had that, because we didn't have this need. This is a new thing, right? We always go to the office. One thing that brought broadband to the picture everybody was COVID. That's one of the main reasons IT, Zoom, broadband, satellite is so important. So yeah, I have that very clear, and I hope, I'm the first contractor that has ever been so open and vocal on sharing data. I guarantee you, all the data that you see here is data that I have been collected, that have been given by service providers right now during this process. This data has not been shared, and that's to say, hey, Navajo people, you should know this. You should know where is your tower, you should know where your fiber, you should know how it's cost. In one of the steps of the program, and again, this is probably what we're doing here is, to me, is about maybe 10-15% that what we're supposed to be doing for Navajo. One of the things that we have is, hey, every chapter should have the understanding of what offers you have. Talking about, I think I forgot to address one of the questions you had about how we're gonna be dealing with different entities asking for right of ways, right? Because that's actually what we want. The only way to bring down pricing is competition. There's no other way. Whoever has had economic status or even experience is the only way. I can call when in my neighborhood, when we only had, what was that guy, Lumen? Before was CenturyLink, right? CenturyLink was the only service provider. CenturyLink was charging $100 per 10 megs of service. All of a sudden, Cox came into it. Cox dropped the price half. Guess what? CenturyLink dropped 10% from Cox. Right now, I pay for 1 gig, I pay $50 in that same location. Without having Cox, so that would say, hey, the more the merrier. This infrastructure, if you read in some of the documentation of the presentation or even in the RFP, one of the key items that probably we didn't hear today is open access. This is infrastructure that's gonna be provided without any discriminatory action, right? Because I'm a friend of company X, I'm not gonna give company X a better rate, right? It's open access, Of course, there is some negotiation power, right? It's quite different when you buy 1 pound of meat than when you buy the whole cow, right? That's totally understandable, but it's just economy. So that's what we're trying to do. How we work with the commission? Next question. How we work with the commission? Well, no, because there was no commission. That's the simple answer. But we have worked, initially we tried to work with Mr. Tico Charlie. There was no quorum. The commission has not been met for the last, we have
a new commissioner. I don't know, there's
Yes.
other commissioners.
Exactly. There only has been, there were three commissioner, Bowman, Law and Ness, Norbert Ness. There has been 3 commissioners. And I don't think there has been, I'm not an expert on that side. Teresa probably has not been a commission meeting for the last 2 years, or a year and a half.
Yeah, there are 7 commissioners that are appointed to the NMTRC, so for a quorum, they need 4. So as of September last year, all of the commissioners term were ended. So as of today, there are only 3 commissioners, so they have not been able to officially meet. So prior to that, they have not met in over 2 years. Thank you.
So, per the Navajo Nation Broadband Office website, this is what it states in your mission. The Navajo Nation's Telecommunication Regulatory Commission will assist the NNBBO, which is Broadband Office, with the development of proposed laws, regulations, policies, and procedures that will govern how the office will manage and oversee current and future broadband infrastructure projects that will facilitate the Navajo Nation's control over its broadband goals. So we need the commissioners on
Yes.
board.
Definitely.
you need their support. And now that we have one more appointment, I'm hoping that there will be a quorum and that you would have to make a report on your proposal that was given here to us before RDC.
Correct.
Speaker So?
Think that we need to look at the commission policy, the board or the commissioners. Usually, when a commissioner's term expires, they're held in carryover until a new commission is appointed or confirmed. So I would go back to the plan of operation that speaks to the commission portion. And see what the language is, because there's usually this is like a lame duck commissioner. So that allows quorum to actually meetings to continue to move forward. And then if they're not if their term has expired and the position has not been filled, most likely that person is still serving as a commission until a new commissioner is appointed to that position. So basically, out of 7, there should be 7 still in place. There's 3 that's been replaced. So the other 4 should be still continue as commissioners until legislation replaces them.
Oh, yeah. And again, it's not like we're not working with NTRC. We actually, at the beginning, we were working with Tico Charlie, who was the division the director, executive director at that time. Tico left April, May. So from May, we were actually presenting and actively interviewing candidates. Thank you, Mr. Casey, who actually helped us a lot to one of the commissioners that we found, because we actually, in a way, one of our jobs was to help NTRC to be back in place, right? So I believe the 3 commissioners that applying or 4 commissioners applying, 3 came from the work that Sonia and I and Teresa and Brian Gilbert did on trying to form back the NTRC. The new executive director, Mr. Byron Shorey, since day one, because I actually know him from working in the OPVP office. So we've been closely working with him, and we're hoping we're gonna have a full commission. My understanding, by Monday, the other 2 commissioners are coming, right?
I believe so.
So that hurdle, at least we're gonna be.
Okay. With that, let me defer it over to Chair Nez for question or comments.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the report. The reason that you're reporting today is the 77 million that we would like to see utilized in your mission and vision here. 1.0, the second paragraph, the second sentence. It says the end goal is to connect every Navajo Nation household common. And I'm looking at this list on the next page here, page 4 of 31. Page 4 and 5 has a list of chapters. And I'm looking at it, thinking of when COVID hit and the 24th Council passed the resolution. A lot of our children, the schools had kind of stopped. And they just sent homework home with the kids, and it was really difficult for children who didn't have access to the internet for their homework. And I remember that. Now, just looking at this list here, I would like to ask you, how do you prioritize projects? I see in New Mexico here, there's 7, Arizona has 29. And do the chapters, are they the ones that submitted these requests? How were they selected? I see from New Mexico, there's Coyote Canyon, Tohatchee, Burnham is my chapter. Rama, Shiprock, Nageezi, and Vicente. And if I go to page 26. There's a list of 50 from Arizona, but 16, there's double duplicates there. And then New Mexico has 15 there. I'm just concerned why New Mexico only has a few on the list here. So I just want to know how you prioritize all this and how all these, because in New Mexico, if you look at Burnham, it's out in the middle of nowhere. To the south, there's White Rock, Standing Rock. And then there's all these other chapters like Lake Valley, Vicente. I see Vicente's on here. You go south to other chapters like Smith Lake and Mariano Lake and those chapters nearby here. None of them are listed and they are in dire need of internet access. So that's my question, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Christian, thank you, Chair Nez, for that question. So I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to the presenters.
Sure. Oh, but thanks, Mark, for the question. It's actually a very good question, right? The first one, how those 36 towers were selected, right? Again, the 36 towers were selected when we had to accommodate the project. We had at the beginning, we had the $77 million. We have some additional source funding from division directors and OPVP. They increased that to, at one point, we got $99 million. Nothing has been concrete yet. And then we met with communities and members and all the other parts of the government says, well, you guys should shoot for the full plan. That one will come out with the $271 million. And so we run with the $270 million until last week. However, right, because this study is based on a feasibility and is based on actual data. Is based on data where your households are located. Because we're supporting, first and foremost, we're supporting BEAD. BEAD compliant is not to cover the roads or the general area, is to cover household. According to the mission that you and the vision that you read, every household has to be covered. And every household is not 90%, is not 80%. There is no obligation from the BEAD program to cover 100% of unserved and underserved. And unserved and underserved are determined by households do not receive 100 megs, which in Navajo Nation is about 99.9%, right? So with that data, with the data of the location, with the data of the existing services, with the data of the existing fiber, with the data of all the existing infrastructure, putting into in addition to geographic data, clutter, terrain, mountain ridge, propagation, spectrum, modulation schemes, technologies available. All this information has been put on the feasibility analysis. And the selection of the 36 towers, as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, was based on the towers that covered the most area. Basically, the towers with the highest impact. They had the towers that we can do things faster, right? So that's the decision. In a simplistic way, that's kind of the reasoning. What towers in a layman's word, we can say the low-hanging fruit. Right? If I have a tower that covers 100 square miles, if I have a tower that covers 1 square mile, I will go with 100. Right? Because we also based on how many people that we have data that shows how many households every tower will cover. And we can make it available because this is based on sound and engineering processes. Right? This is based on simulations, based on computer software that does that. Is not that even though, however, we are including community feedback. Sonia has been for the last year, she's been collecting community feedback in which they are saying, hey, I don't have coverage in this area, right? I don't have this one. So that we would like to cover everything. Yes. For instance, one of the first objectives of this project, from the BEAD program, the objective was to cover every household in the United States via fiber. That's called priority one. I did that on the presentation. We showed that on the presentation last week. The BEAD program had priorities. Priority one is to cover a household via fiber. Because this one, it was an effort created by Washington, right? Sometimes Washington doesn't understand that we are rural in this part, right? So someone said, hey, it would be impossible. However, we did a study for about the cost to cover every Navajo household with fiber is $1.2 billion. If we can have access to $1.2 billion, let's forget about towers. Let's forget about wireless. We just bring fiber for everything. We know the practicality of that. We know the expense. If you ask me if it's worth, I would say plenty. Every household should have fiber. But practically speaking, right, this project that we are hoping that will cover 100% of the people, it costs $271 million. It's a quarter of it, less than a quarter, probably 1/5 of the cost of fiber. So that has been the analysis. The analysis is not a political driven decision. It has not been a decision taken by any segment of the Navajo Nation. It has been a decision based on engineering principle. We're trying to optimize the use of the funding. There's a comment on, again, this is something we're summarizing on this document, something that we can, it takes Honorable Delegate Flo was on a meeting with Kayenta, right? I remember that day. It's a meeting that takes 4 or 5 hours to go through all this stuff. It's a lot of information. One of the things that we're also doing, we're not doing things about is equity, about equality, right? We're trying to have everybody to not provide everybody the same. We're promoting the concept that everybody should have the same opportunity, access to the same opportunity, right? That's the difference between equity and equality. When you're talking about duplication on this tower lease, I'm not 100% sure what you're referring to in terms of duplication. I don't know if you want.
Unless you want to clarify that, Abiga, yeah, Kokoshi. One of the questions that Speaker Sill had asked was that on your map, the figure 3, on the western side, there's a proposed fiber optic line extending from, I believe, Cameron up towards to the city, and then from there, the western chapters. Now, Speaker So did mention that Coconino County is also proposing a fiber optic line that will be running in that area of the Navajo Nation. So the question is there going to be a possible tie-in, like creating a partnership with Coconino County in hopes that that they're projecting to extend out to Page, Arizona, just to reduce cost or even look at other locations if there's already a proposed fiber optic line that's being run there by Coconino County. So that was the other question he had.
Yeah, perfect. And I could answer that question. That's an incredible good question. The idea for us to work with service providers and stakeholders is that, right? And actually, the good thing about this plan, it has been reduced over time, because for instance, when we met with NTA, it says, hey guys, we're taking care of that. You can eliminate from the plan, right? That's the whole idea. If you remember the Arcadian project, right? The Arcadian project was a project that actually put all the fiber development on hold. That's why when we have ACA from Arizona, they didn't want to come to here because they said, yeah, we cannot work with Arcadia, right? Luckily, with the help of the delegates, that legislation of that project with Arcadia was killed because it was a bad thing for the people. Actually, if that Arcadian project would be in place, Arcadia had an exclusivity, right? For not only for the backbone that Arcadia was proposing was around the Navajo Nation. They have an exclusivity right, backbone and inside. So there was a legal conflict already with Frontier and Sector Winds and NTA right now in place, right? So, but to make our long story short, yeah, we're definitely, for instance, I know about a couple projects that are right now trying to invest in that area. We'll be happy to. We actually had a conversation with Navajo County. Navajo created the same model, because this is kind of the same model of Arizona, right? Navajo created a fiber connection from Holbrook to St. John's to going south. It's like, okay, this is something that we're gonna be connecting, because one of the things, you have not asked this question, which is kind of a very interesting question, but it's good for you guys to have it in your set of questions for the future is the Navajo Nation suffers of lack of diversity in terms of communication, right? If you have a fiber cut in the PNM fiber that connects all the nation to Albuquerque, is gonna be a big problem. Because the service provider like Frontier comes from the south, NTUA and other cable ground come from the north, but if there's a fiber cut, it will be a problem. We can be out of for days because fixing fiber is not a simple task, right? So that's something that we're hoping that in the future, for instance, if we save $10 million to connect that section that goes from Flagstaff to Page, hey, we'll be happy to reinvest if every chapter is connected, hey, let's look for redundant paths. Or not even redundant technology. For instance, we're looking into redundant technology via Starlink. The Starlink is coming out with very high speed gateways in which can offer, if I have a fiber, that aerial can be cut or underground can be cut, probably my connection via satellite won't be cut. So yeah, we're hopefully, yeah, it's not like we're duplicating just to duplicate. If we can partner, that's one of the main sections on the milestone about establishing partnership.
Okay, one of the other questions, also that was answered was Honorable Claw had, asked, Sonia if once Bernardo's contract has ended, he did state 2026. Do you have the staffing capacity to carry on these, activities, of what is trying to be, put together now and going forward?
Right now, today, we have 3 people. And, as Bernardo mentioned, there's talks of a division of, broadband. And then also in talks with leadership, there's, talks of expanding the team. I mean, if you look at the state broadband offices, you have, the GIS people that, it's huge, they have, and so we are, just 3 strong, right now. But, that is something that we would definitely have to, that we're looking at right now, because 2026 is gonna come. And so if we have to, get outside help again, then that's gonna have to do that. If we don't have that capacity at that point, and so it is something that we're looking at.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for your response. Honorable Claw?
So, the other thing I want to just put on record and maybe just our committee think about, but I think that Navajo Nation needs to retain all the data and intellectual rights of what is being produced by all contractors regarding Navajo Nation broadband. And the reason is that in years past, these service carriers, they have used that information for their own benefit. And then when Navajo Nation asks for the information, they're being told they have to pay for that information. So with ARPA, I believe that would have to be put into these RFPs. So that we retain that information. And I don't see that on your RFP. So that was the reason why I also wanted to bring that up. And then I would also like for just a legal opinion from Ms. Quinn or Ms. Khan, if they're on the line, just about the issue I addressed on how the RFP does seem misleading. And the whole purpose of that is, as a legislator, we're here to protect the financial interests of the Navajo Nation, of our people. And so I want to ensure that we are giving out accurate information to alleviate any possible litigations or lawsuits against the Navajo Nation for misinformation and misrepresentation. So that was why I brought that up. In addition to that, I think that I'm looking at a report from the Central Agency Council, April 6, 2024. And I don't know if any of the ARPA funding has been spent to date, but I would like for a copy to be provided to RDC in regards to where the ARPA funds have been spent. Because in here, in the report, it does state that SBI, which is probably Smith Bagley Incorporated, they were given ARPA funds, but it doesn't state how much. So I just want to make sure that we do have accountability. And if we could get that information provided to our committee as well on how much of the ARPA funding has been spent from the date they've received the funding. In addition to that, my other question is in regards to the E91 funds, $28,790,175. So if we can have an answer provided on how the E911 ARPA funds are being used, and if it's gonna offset any of the costs. And then also the question on the taxes was what I needed answered, but that wasn't answered. So again, that was on the 4 million, and then it's also in the RFP here. So those would be my follow-up questions. Thank you.
Question, thank you, Honorable Claus. I would like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to the presenters for responses.
Okay, the only one that I can probably, Bernardo can take ownership is the issue of taxes. I don't see why the issue duplication of taxes. I mean, taxes are paid, it's just an accounting number. You gotta include the taxes no matter what they are. It's not like two people paying taxes.
So you have it listed in the ARPA for 4 million in your
Yes,
breakdown. But then in here, you're saying that the person that's gonna be doing the construction will pay for the taxes.
right.
So,
It's no duplication, it's just.
so it's the responsibility, but where's the 4 million gonna go then? If they're gonna pay it, then where does this other 4 million go?
It's just an accounting number. Let me see if I can, I'm gonna try to put an example on there. If Sonia is asking to buy a truck, right? The truck costs 60,000, so Sonia in her request, when she's 60,000, $6,000 taxes. It will be put on that value. Then, when Sonia goes there to buy the truck in the dealer in Chinle, right? She's gonna pay the taxes for that. And I don't understand the question.
So are you
It's not-
paying in your budget? So are you paying the taxes for the construction of the towers? Cause you have it listed in your budget.
It is a number that no matter who will pay, will go to the tax department.
So when.
It's not like we're paying, we're just accounting for the budget to have the taxes.
So what happens is when an RFP is requested, so
Right.
this is how the money is being structured right now. So
Right.
when the RFP is put out, whoever submits proposal will bid to how they put in their scope of work, and it's gonna possibly be up to this number or exceeding. That's when the negotiation happens, but whoever the contractor is, they're the ones that pay this money back to Navajo Nation Tax Commission. They don't pay it because we're only asking. So this is just a projected way he's outlined that this is how much Navajo Nation tax we're looking at.
So then you should still have $4 million worth of work in here, because this is projected. But what I'm saying is the total of the work should be 77 million.
In any contracting or RFP like that, any contractor or consultant always includes the Navajo Nation sales tax in their proposal. And whoever is soliciting for a contractor will always put that amount into the amount that they're putting out on the table for RFP. So this is just a normal practice in business.
It's a number.
But can you stop interrupting the delegates, please?
I apologize.
So So this is usually a normal number that even CPMD, let's just say they're putting a proposal bid amount, they'll always calculate this number. So later, when a contractor submits a proposal, this number will always be included on our side too, with always a contingency, either 10, 15, or 20%. Here, he said it's 10%. There might be some possible change orders. That's what this contingency fund is about. And any proposal.
I'll go on from that.
Agoshi, so going back to Honorable Clough. Do you have follow-up?
Yes, all the other questions and then our legal
Okay,
opinion.
I'll take the one on the ARPA. The ARPA contracts are awarded. They are, we will provide the like an ARPA status report as you asked. About what was awarded, what was spent and what's still remaining. We'll provide that report. But it is also on the FRF site. If you look at all our contracts are out there as well under the broadband section. So, but we'll report.
when a certain day you want to report.
You can answer the rest. I'll go on that site now.
Okay, so, and then the other question in regards to any type of data that was collected or any documentations that were developed with these contracts to give that particular data and documentation full ownership to Navajo Nation. So Honorable Claude did mention that to have some sort of a language provision in that contract, because what happens is the author of that data or documentation usually retain it for their own future information going forward. And let's just say Navajo Nation is requesting for a proposal in that particular category, then it's easy for them to utilize that. So right now would be full, having the Navajo Nation have rights to those types of information. So I don't know if that particular language provision can be put into the RFP request. So this would be, I don't know, a question for our legal counsel. Ms. Quinn?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I haven't seen the RFP that's at issue here. So I'm just listening to the conversation, but it would be helpful to see the actual document.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't know how the RFP reads. I mean, you
Okay.
can put something like that in an RFP. You can also negotiate it into the contract. But it's hard for me to weigh in without actually seeing the language of the RFP. And RFPs, if it's an open RFP, it can also be amended. If you're talking, if the concern raised by Delegate Claude is something you may want to think about amending the RFP to make the language a little bit more clear. That's just kind of my initial thoughts without actually seeing the documents at issue.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn. And usually an RFP is usually reviewed by legal counsel before it Department of Justice in this case, before it goes out. Right now, it is on the Navajo Nation Broadband Office website. So I don't know if you had your legal counsel with DOJ unit review that RFP before it went out.
No.
Okay, all right, well, we got that cleared. Do you have
The E911 funds,
the
28 million.
E911 funds? If you can just give us a status update on that, please.
There's nothing we do.
Is that rule, that's rule addressing, I believe, with
Okay,
Division
so
of
I just
Community
asked if they were
Development.
working with anything with that collaborating.
Are you collaborating with Mr. MC Baldwin's office under Division of Community Development regarding that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And the answer is yes. We're trying to work we're working with the E911 team because there's two things right now, right? E911, the way right now, the ongoing project is to establish the PSAPs, right? Kind of the centers. So what the broadband office is doing is asking all the divisions what you need from us, right? If you need a fiber connection to your PSAP location, we can work on it. So that's kind of and of course, the inherent expansion of coverage area will help E911. But we are not literally working on any E911 directed project, but we're working on the cross collaboration with the different entities.
Okay, thank you for your response. Honorable Clough, any follow-up?
No.
Was she? So with that, if no more other questions or comments, you know, just, with the discussion that we've had to this point, and thank you, Sonia, and also, Bernardo, for your presentation here and giving the committee, a snapshot on the $77.8 million expenditure and what projects we're looking at, the, towers and also infrastructure development. And some of the questions that were posed here by my colleagues, which I think is very important, especially when it comes to RFP. And I really think that that needs to be revisited because it sounds like it's already out there. I'm sure you got consultants or companies looking up the website and already taking a look at the RFP. So that's just one of the concerns and okay, and so I have Honorable Claude with one more question.
So I just want to clarify, that RFP was not reviewed by DOJ, so is it a valid RFP? And if I could get a legal opinion on that, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shadeja. So I don't know if Ms. Quinn or DOJ legal counsel would be able to answer this question in terms of a RFP that is being advertised to have it have legal sufficiency reviewed by Department of Justice.
DOJ did not review the RFP, however. I'm looking at the regulations right now. concerning RFPs. DOJ does have the authority to make the final determination, just to classify the procurement. The use of RFP or provide that it's sufficient before it's. However, it is going to this on yet. And the broadband office to provide any amendments that were required.
Okay,
So, question again.
Honorable Claude.
The reason why I'm asking that is all ARPA funds, they're reviewed by DOJ. So they get a SRA like to the chapters and then DOJ becomes a project manager. And they see if that ARPA project is being sufficient. And so also if it meets the guidelines of the US Treasury. So again, there were several issues that were presented here today on how this RFP is misleading. Because it should only have the 77.8 million. But in here, there are 76 towers versus what should actually be listed. So I would say I would request for a legal opinion from DOJ to see if this RFP is legally sufficient. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, Shadeja, Honorable Claude. And again, thank you for that. So that would be a response that we would definitely be getting back from Department of Justice. I don't know if this actually is a different set of rules now that we just learned that this $77.8 million has been transferred into the RRR, which is the general fund, or yeah, the general funds account. So I don't know if they would still have to meet the same provisions, but we're looking to the Department of Justice to give us a legal a response to this, and we can definitely send that response to our advisor or our legal counsel here, Ms. Quinn, and our advisor, Mr. Tahi. We would appreciate it, just so that we know if we're in the right parameters of this. Yeah. So with that, colleagues, again, I believe we had an extensive discussion on this topic. And again, thank you to the presenters for providing us a report and also a plan on how you plan on expending the $77.8 million. And at any future time, if broadband is to get additional funds, then that would be for the other projects or towers infrastructure that we're all talking about. But, and again, I thank you. And right now we do have some follow-up in regards to Honorable Claude's ARPA dollars update, which Sonia will be providing, also getting that final legal response back from DOJ in regards to the RFP that's currently being advertised on Navajo Nation Broadband Office. So Ayla, thank you so much again for your presentation. So with that, colleagues, I do have a motion by Vice Chair Johnson and a second by Chair Nez to accept it, or yes, I have a motion in a second. So at this time, with no more questions, comments, I'd like to go ahead and take it to a roll call, Rodney.
Madam Chair, members have already seen this is roll call for receiving reports. Item A, Honorable Shannon Cloud, do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes red. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes red, green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Ricknez, votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Please.
Excuse, Honorable Aldoso, how do you vote?
Orange. Red or green.
Honorable Aldoso votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 1 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, we do have accepted the report from Navajo Nation Broadband Office, and thank you again for the report here this afternoon. We look forward to the other outstanding documentation that was requested. Yeah, and if we can get those as soon as possible, we appreciate it. Again, it's always through our advisor, Mr. Tahi. Okay, thank you. Have a great afternoon. Mhm. Going on to letter B, under receiving reports, a report from the Division of Natural Resources and Navajo Nation Land Department on the land acquisition program, current funding and land offers made to the Navajo Nation. Again, colleagues, this will require executive session. So we do have Mr. Byron Betsoy, Senior Department Manager for Navajo Nation Land Department. And also we do have Mr. Robert Allen, who is legal counsel for Division of Natural Resources. So Mr. Betsoy, how long would you say we'd be in executive session with the information that you have to share with Q&A?
30 minutes.
So let me allot an hour. So that 1 hour of executive session, and who will be in the executive session along with yourself, Mr. Allen?
Yeah.
Mr. Campbell? Okay. Mr. Halonashaw,
He's a Black Mesa.
he's in Black Mesa today. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And then we'll have Resources Development Committee members. We'll have our advisor and also Honorable Crotty here. And I believe Honorable Lester Yazzie, who's also our 25th council, and then also our legal counsel to be present in the executive session. So with that, Ronnie?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, may I request that we do a 15-minute recess while we set up and clear the room for the executive session before we enter into it.
Kokoshi, thank you. Chair Nez?
Madam Chair, colleagues, I'd like to request to be excused. I'd like to go to a family funeral meeting.
Kokoshi, so we do have 4 members here, so that would be acceptable. Thank you for letting us know, Chair. And my condolences to the family. So what's, so we're gonna have how many minutes?
15 minutes.
15 minutes recess, so we'll allow enough time for the individuals to exit the room. So we will reconvene at 2, what's it gonna be?
2:45.
2:45. Okay, colleagues, again, we're going to be going into executive session with Division or Navajo Nation Land Department and Division of Natural Resources. It was requested for 1 hour and we will have Mr. Byron Bitsoy Senior with Navajo Nation Land Department in attendance, as well as Mr. Robert Allen for Division of Natural Resources to be in attendance, and Mr. Stuart Campbell, and also members of the Resources Development Committee. We do have honorable colleagues, Honorable Crotty and Honorable Lester Yazzie, that will be in attendance with our legislative staff and legal counsel. So with that, I need to get a motion to go into executive session.
Motion.
Speaker, so may I get a second? Vice Chair Johnson. Rodney, can we take roll call vote to go into executive session?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for entering into executive session at 2:39 PM. Honorable Sean Cloudy vote.
Green.
Honorable Sean Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Danny Sims, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Adosa, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable also votes with Madam Chair, that 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so we, motion carries to go into executive session for 1 hour. Thank you again, colleagues, for the discussion here. So at this time, I'd like to request for a motion. Vice Chair Honorable Johnson to exit out of executive session. May I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Speaker So Rodney, I'd like to go ahead and take it to roll call vote to exit executive session.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for exit out of executive session for receiving reports, item B. Honorable Sean Lanclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Sean Lanclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson will screen.
Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nance, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable also votes green. Madam Chair, that is 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so thank you. And going on to accepting the report from Navajo Nation Land Department and Division of Natural Resources in regards to the topic of let's see, the land acquisition program, the current funding and land offers. So again, I need to get a motion to accept the report. Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claw. And I'd like to go ahead and take it to roll call vote as well.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving reports, item 5B. Honorable Sean Lanclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Sean Lanclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson will screen.
Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nance, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable also votes green. Madam Chair, that is 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we go on to item 8 on the agenda, close of meeting. Do we have any final announcements for today, colleagues? Legislative? Okay, let me give it to Speaker So and then Rodney.
I would just recommend that, I think that, when we, like land acquisition, this is what we talked about, very, very important. And we just heard the tip, the tip of the iceberg. But I think that, we should have some, leadership meetings scheduled sometime into our busy schedule. That brings them up automatically. It's, you know, not only this program, but other programs that we really need to get up to speed on. And just so that we can just continue learning this. It's just like farm of agriculture, the leasing of the ranches. And we had to continue, we're doing it more, and I think sometimes just to have that leadership meeting and have that dialogue move, and we're all up to par on it when we get to some point of a legislation. So that's all I was asking sometimes. I know we are very, very busy, but that's just trying to make things work.
Kakoshi, so I do have that noted and we'll definitely circle back around to those types of discussion that are very important for RDC to just have a continual update from some of these divisions. So thank you, and Rodney, I believe he's got that noted. So Rodney, with your announcement.
Oh, Madam Chair, members of RDC, per the consensus this morning, the Resources Development Committee canceled its meeting for Monday, September 23rd, and scheduled a special meeting for Tuesday, September 24th. So that would, the issues on the appointment on the 4 management boards for the Navajo Nation Enterprise will be all on the exact same day, all 4 legislations.
Kakoshi, so Tuesday,
24th. Just FYI, we have Navajo Land Commission at
8:30.
8:30.
can you talk fast and conclude by 10?
We're meeting with we're meeting with the controller. So this is but I could this is good financial updates. So, but I think we got it. But it'll be here. It'll be here.
Kakoshi, so we should be able to
Yeah.
start at 10. Okay. All right. Thank you, Rodney. So with that, I'd like to call for adjournment at 4:10, and I do have a motion by Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, second by Speaker So. And Rodney, can we take it to roll call vote?
Madam Chairman, of RDC, this is roll call vote for adjournment at 4:10. Honorable Shannon Cloudy vote.
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Auditor, how do you vote? Honorable Auditor votes against. Madam Chair, that is 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you so much. And again, thank you to our presenters here that were here today and that are still here, and to our colleagues, and also to my colleagues of Resources and Development Committee. Today was a productive day.